Some say you'll never know. It's easy come, it's easy go. Some say they knew it from the start. Some say the end is nigh, no one will get out alive. Some say it's written in the stars, beware the Ides of March. Well, just beyond the new horizon, we see the clouds begin to form. Don't be afraid, we must keep fighting and cling to courage in the storm. And if you listen very closely and don't throw caution to the wind, take it easy, take it slowly. You'll save yourself before the end. So much is changing, who we are, what we are. There's no point in waiting. Beware the Ides of March.
So here we are again. I'm gonna put the link in. I gotta pull myself together. I figured, oh, why not? I've been up till 4 or 5 in the morning talking anyway. I see a lot of y'all can't sleep too. Good to see y'all. Ridge Runner, Cola, D, Pat, Cooch. I miss anybody? I don't think so. So this is a picture I just got from Georgia. Oh, come on. Where's the picture? Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm having issues. I'm going to share this picture. See this picture? Oh, I know how I have to share it. That's how. One of these days I'm going to figure all this out. I think. There we go. This is the one that What Life took. So I've heard blood moon. Is that what y'all call it too? I don't know. It looks pretty red to me. I think that's a pretty good picture. Lunar eclipse. That's exactly what yours looks like. Dee,
Hey, honey.
did you see it?
Yeah. Not at my house.
Oh, okay.
It's stormy. So, hey,
It's good.
everybody.
You thought you were going to sleep, and
I was laying there. I'm like, well, if nobody don't get up there, I'm gonna have to get up there and just tell you what a beautiful tribute that was. Very sweet.
thank you.
We were just getting to know her, so
I know.
it's a blow. It really hurts. We hurt for you more than anything, of course. Just knowing that you lost your mom and your dad. Man, I don't even know what to say, you know. So I told you I don't even know what to say. Except I'm sorry and I'm praying for you lots. And
thank you. That's the biggest thing. I take all the prayers I can get. I know there's no words.
no, there's no words.
No.
When I was down in my shed today and I opened up one of my cabinets, there was this vanilla extract that Sarah had bought, both of them, and brought them up for one of our lip recipes. I can't remember what we were putting vanilla in. Orange vanilla dreamsicle, I think. And I just lost it because I was just like, oh my God, Sarah bought it. And after I had my big cry, I pulled the box out and tried to smell it. Is there perfume on it? You know, I mean, I just can't even believe, you know. And then I thought of you, of course. And I just started praying because I thought of her sister and her, you know, there's people that are grieving more than me. Of course, I miss Sarah like crazy, you know. But it does make you tender to remember too other people. That's why I wanted to tell you. That's what I thought of you right away, you know, because it's just hard. It's just hard. Sorry about those wind chimes. Let me shut that.
No, I love them.
Oh, good. They're really loud. I'm like, wow. It's stormy. We had snow this morning when I woke up.
That's so. Today I was. She kind of has baskets of clothes everywhere. Kept telling me she didn't have any clothes, and when we went on that trip, we went to the store, and I said, "All right, get you some clothes."
Yeah.
Well, like,
no.
I was gonna get her a coat after she spent all that $160. I said, "Okay, Merry Christmas. I can't get the coat now." And but going through her clothes and her perfume and just sitting there and just hugging the clothes. I mean, I know that's weird.
Oh, and smelling the smell.
Yes. And
yeah,
her room still smells like her perfume, and it's like every time you walk in there, it's like she's right there. It's
gosh.
Yeah.
And you don't want it to go away either. You know, it's like you want to smell that smell. And a couple weeks ago, my son came over. You know, he lives right next door, and I smelt him before I knew he was in the house. I mean, he's 28. But they have a distinct smell. You know, he was a couple rooms away. He was down the whole hallway.
Yeah.
in the TV room, and I was in the kitchen, is what I'm saying. And I was like, my son's here, he's punching. He doesn't smell bad, but he doesn't smell great. And he sure doesn't smell as good as your daughter probably smells either, but like, yeah, I smelt him before I could see him. So,
That's okay.
and, yeah, I've you know what, too, last week or two, I have one of Faith's jackets, Sarah's daughter Faith, that had the Down syndrome,
Mm-hmm.
and a weird like pink bowl that she came in the door and she was eating a bowl of like hard-boiled eggs. And I just remember being like, I got to bring this bowl back to Sarah. I can't have this bowl in my cabinet. I don't have enough room for these kind of odd. And I just remember this whole conversation in my mind, and it's like now I see her jacket and I see her pink bowl, and it's just like, oh my gosh. I mean, I just never would have thought,
I know.
I never would have thought. And same with your daughter too. I mean, we never would have thought.
Hang on to it. So there is words, and I had written them down. There's a song, and I think you know it. I think you've sang it, actually. I raise the hallelujah.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Death is defeated. The king is alive.
Oh, love that song. Yeah.
And that part, that just knowing that we're going to see them again.
Mm-hmm. That energy goes somewhere. I've seen 3 bodies now that, just seeing them an hour before, there was all this life and energy, and then it's just like gone, and it's just like instinctually we know it goes somewhere.
Oh, absolutely.
She was funny when she said that. I would give my soul to see. You're like, girl, no, you wouldn't. Take that back. And we know she's just being silly. I like what Al said. Her left shoe soul.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we say dumb things like that sometimes, but obviously she didn't see Steve Miller, so that's not what happened. But, oh, man, she was very beautiful. She really did look like you a lot.
Thank you.
And sassy as all get out.
Oh, yeah. All of my
girls.
girls.
We all love that about her. We're like, this is going to be great. We can totally get on Bonnie, too. We'll have her daughter. Yeah. So.
Yeah, all of my girls are pretty sassy. That redhead, especially, boy, she'll come out and just, she don't hold back. She swears like a sailor. Yes. She's a mess.
The one traveling in the car with you?
When I was driving, that she's learning to drive. Yes. I think I was live one time whenever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Rich Runner. Yeah. He's, that's one expense you really don't expect. And it's crazy what they charge. $15,000 for a funeral is just absolutely ridiculous. Of course, nobody has that just sitting around.
No.
But the community has helped so much where I live.
Yeah.
And so I've been trying to find out, what her debts are to try and get those taken care of. The bank graciously forgave her loan. Can you believe that? I mean, I was just, whoa, what a blessing that was.
Yeah, right on.
And um, Cola, she's so sweet. She's been worrying because she knows that I want to get a headstone. I understood that the in the cost of all that the funeral home puts at least a marker there until you get a headstone or something, and
Mm-hmm.
they don't even do that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So that's the big one I'm working on now, and a few of her other debts, but
I thought all debts are forgiven aside, except for the IRS.
well,
I understand it, especially in case of death.
I thought you had to have a certain kind of insurance for that.
No, she's dead. I mean, how can anybody expect to get any money out of her? You know what I mean? Like,
Yes,
they
but
could, the IRS, I could see them trying to get it from whoever they can because they're shady creepers, but I don't think you have to. Bonnie's daughter, Vicky, her daughter.
hi Vicki, it's good to see you. When my mother passed, like she still owed some on the new home, and that wasn't forgiven.
Well, somebody was going to have that asset, I suppose. So,
Yeah, me.
right. So, yeah, so I could see that. But like, as far as your daughter, credit card debt and all that kind of stuff, I mean,
Yeah, I don't think that any of that. It's like she had a cell phone that she was paying off,
right.
and my granddaughter doesn't want to give up her phone because
Of
we
course not.
still have the service turned on and everything, and
Yeah.
so we need to pay that off. And
Right.
then thank you, Vicki. It just it just adds up. It just
Yeah, of course.
and I cannot stand asking for help. And so Cola she set it up, and
Mm-hmm.
I just appreciate it and love her for that. That's
Did she set up a Give Send Go or something?
she's just been putting out my PayPal.
Oh yeah, like yesterday. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I know she's very concerned for you, as am I. We've talked. We texted a little bit back and forth.
I know, and I know you're in grief, and a lot of people are. I mean, I was talking to someone last night, and he was telling me, it's been quite a while since he lost his son.
Yeah.
I think it was a son or
Mm-hmm.
with a daughter. I'm not sure. One of his children.
Yeah.
And it's weird the way he was describing it, because one of the titles of a live I did was Wave on Wave, that country song.
Mm-hmm.
Wave on Wave, because it just comes in waves, and that is exactly what he said. And he said, if it makes you feel any better, the waves get further apart. Like,
right.
at first it's like the sea just crashing, but then, and I said, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I appreciate you telling me that, because
like you're drowning and you can't come up for air. I imagine
there are times when it's like I just feel like I can't even breathe.
I imagine guttural, just like guttural heaving sobs, like truly,
Yes.
I mean, I know like how El Shaddai is, and you are like she lost her child too, and you have, and I knew even when I was crying today for Sarah and that, like I just knew that intensity that I was feeling, you were feeling it 100 times more. Like I love Sarah. I only knew her a few years, but she wasn't my daughter. She wasn't my, and I was thinking about her daughter and you, and just like I knew that.
Yeah.
You see it in movies. You see that guttural. You just see moms. That's the worst part of any movie. It's just like you don't even want to see it. You just know that there's
the
nothing you can
unthinkable.
do.
Yes. It's the unthinkable for any parent. Any parent.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And Kim, yes, it was very sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Totally unexpected.
Yeah.
The hardest thing that I'm having, and I don't know how to get through that, is the God, it's finding her, and I just thought she was passed out.
Yeah.
Because I knew that she had worked really hard that day.
Mm-hmm.
She just opened her car door and fell out, and
Right.
Just not being able to. I tried the oh my goodness. I think every first responder in the whole county was on my street. It
Yeah.
was, and they tried everything, everything possible.
Yeah. The AFib machine and all of it.
Yes. And then when that didn't work, they even thought, okay, let's try overdose,
The Narcan or something. Mm-hmm.
just in case it was something like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Well, of course, that has to be the worst part is you finding her. Some people here probably don't realize that's what happened. I mean, she was only 40 years old. You found her in the morning.
No,
it was at night.
Yeah.
Okay.
She had just driven in from work.
Okay. Because I remember you said, oh, you wish you'd looked out there earlier, but it sounds like you got to her fairly quickly. Then it wasn't all night. Like in my mind, I didn't know,
Oh no. It was,
yeah. So
yeah.
I don't know how you reconcile that. I mean, I think about
420. Good to see you.
I think about you doing that, and I think about like again with Sarah and the family, and all their family being outside while the place is burning down, knowing there's I know Sarah and 2 kids in there.
Yes,
I mean they're both awful, horrific. I'm not trying to compare it. I'm just saying in my mind that is
I know.
I keep thinking of that, and I think of you coming up on your daughter. They both are tragic. They're both horrible, horrible. So I don't even know how you'd reconcile. Like, I don't know how I know the Lord gets us all through everything. I get that, but how you get yourself through it, how you get your own mind to have a peaceful thought to land on instead of that moment, reliving that moment all the time when you think about it. That's trauma.
Yes. It's getting that picture that out of your head.
Yeah. And all the panic of everybody in that moment and all of it. It's just so intense.
Yeah.
I don't know.
smoking like crazy. And
Oh, probably.
if I could drink, oh my goodness.
Probably best.
Y'all
that you-
be y'all see a whole different Bonnie.
Mhm. Yeah.
Very good to see you.
Yeah. What's up, 420?
So, you want to go down a rabbit hole?
Sure. Let's go.
So today is lunar eclipse,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ides of March. Did you listen
Yes.
to the song? The song was pretty descriptive there.
I don't think I listened to the song. No. Was it on that we start your stream it? Then I must have. I don't remember. I got
Yeah.
my cup of tea. I'm sorry. I think I got my tea and drink it.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
That's I was like, okay, how do I set this? Because I gotta run to the, you know, and so I just set it for 2, and but I do have a video that kind of describes it.
Okay.
It was during the witching hour. Interesting, maybe that. I thought the witching hour was 3 a.m. Am I wrong about that?
I don't know what the dang witching hour is. What do you guys think the witching hour is? If you had to take a guess.
Sugar
I don't know.
sweet. To see you again, sweetie.
Yeah, it's
10 years. Yeah, Pat.
mm.
Oh,
Well,
it
yeah,
is.
I don't even like to think about it, imagining it. It's just like it's one of those things,
3 a.m. Yeah. Okay, it is 3.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times I'll just wake up at 3. Like,
Yeah, me too.
and you just look around like,
Mm-hmm.
what's going on?
Yeah, why am I awake right now? I don't want to be awake. I want to be sleeping. I start praying. I start praying Our Father. I start praying Psalm 23. I start trying to recite the Gospel of John, chapter 1, which I used to know a lot better than I do, but that's a really great one. And I just start praying for everybody I know. A lot of times it's you guys and YouTube. And I think about everybody here more than they probably realize that I think about them, but it's like it's this group has a stronghold. You can't help but think about all these people, and I know you know it. You've always recognized it. You've always been here for us all. I'm not. I'm a different, I'm an in and outer, floating around kind of person, but you've been the faithful, steady, and stable. So everybody knows how you feel about everybody. But I don't think a lot of people realize, especially when I go MIA for a few months or just don't, and I don't know what I'm doing. And a lot of things have changed for me. So
Right.
we're not going through that time anymore. So it's just, I had to find what my way was, but we know each other so much more than we did. And I was thinking about it today, or yesterday, what I thought. I realized something. For those moments when the people that we're around don't get us, or they don't want to go down that rabbit hole, or they can't talk about another political anything.
Yes.
That can feel so rejecting sometimes, and it can make you feel so lonely. And then you realize, like, we got each other, we can take this to each other, and someone's going to give a shit, and yay us, because it is hard to be with your people when they don't care, and they don't want to talk about these things. And we're total strangers. We're not total strangers now, but we were, and we confided each other during a really hard time. Also a very risque time, probably more than most people realize. We knew it when we fired up our stuff. We knew, like, okay, we probably going to get targeted, probably going to get some enemies. the people that don't really like us. Oh, wow, wow. But here we are in this eclectic mix. We all
Yeah.
know it's 3 o'clock, huh? Look at us. Look at us go.
It's been 5 years of watching history in the making,
Mm-hmm.
of digging into all the wrongs that have been done to the people globally, not just here.
Yeah.
It's been, um, you know, it that's for me, it's been a physical healing time for the past 5 years,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
to to uh, to have so many people with so many things in common, and even if we don't agree on everything, which nobody's going to. I
No,
mean, that's a given. And but
that's for
still, at
sure.
the same time, we're all still here for each other. We're all still
Yeah.
here to 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 be there to pray for each other, to be there to lift each other up when we need it.
Amen.
And that's
Mhm.
that's that's how we're supposed to be with our neighbors also. But um sometimes they make that difficult.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'll walk over there and take them whatever they need. They may not talk to me for however long, but um, that's my neighbor. He lost his father. Um, oh, sometime this last year also,
Mm.
and um, his father and my daughter, they were they were good friends also,
Mm.
and so
Mm.
I kept sending food over there to him because he's young, and
Yeah.
I just felt bad for him. And um, he, he'll he'll come out every so often in the middle of the night and just shoot off a couple of rounds,
Oh gosh. Oh no. The
and
scary neighbor. That neighbor.
well, but I
Okay.
understand it. It's like it's just that's his way of getting it out,
I
and
don't care. I wouldn't like it.
I mean, the first time I was kind of like, "What the heck? Who the hell is
Yeah. What the
in the
fuck?
middle of
It's
the
three
night?"
o'clock in the morning. What are you doing? And you're drunk. I hope you're aiming in the dirt. Oh my gosh, no.
But and but
Sorry, Kush, if you're out
that
there.
night he come running over here. He knew,
Mm.
and
Oh, when you're that night, that day, that
yeah,
night, they.
and he was just like, "I'm here if you need me," and he ran back home. I think it was too much for him, but um, which I can understand, and
But he did that.
yeah, but I know he's there, and I know
Yeah.
if I need something, I can call him.
And he's grieving too, probably
Yes,
still.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, and that's it. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
so many people are suffering so many losses, not only of their loved ones, but homes. We've
Hmm.
had
Oh my, yes.
3 homes burned down here, and thankfully no lives lost in that. We've
Mhm.
got wildfire warnings like crazy going on right now because it's so dry. We need rain
Yeah.
so bad. And now
Mhm.
we're up in the 90s and the high winds, and that's just prime setup for fires. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, all that's going on. So I'm going to play this little video. I think
Okay.
it's short. Hopefully it doesn't get this stopped, but um,
Hopefully.
I would think so, but it's got a little scene in it that I don't know. We'll just see what happens.
So risque around here, you guys. We're so risque.
Well, and that's that one song. There Ain't No Grave.
Great song. Great song.
I love that song, and
That was great. Mm-hmm.
I couldn't find a cover of it, and I just love the way that whole group does it. They are just, and she is just on fire. And the way she's bouncing around and
Cola, you are too.
You want to come up, Cola?
Come on up, Cola. She cracks me up. When she was doing her show last night, I was listening towards the last half. I wasn't commenting anymore, but she reminds me of me so much. The way her brain is so squirrely, and she's like, "But I don't know. But I think, it could be this." And I'm just like, I think just like her. I'm like, oh, she cracks me up. I love her. I love her style, and it's like, you know what? Play that 8-minute video. Nobody cares. They're all there, just wanting you to share stuff with them. It's okay. There's no rule to how long.
That's
We
right.
used to play full on, way long stuff, right? We both used to play. Yeah, we kind of pulled it back a little bit, but I'm not opposed to playing a whole long video ever. Like, in my mind, I'm always going to come back and share all kinds of things.
Oh yeah. And this one is I don't know how long it is. It's not very long, but we'll see what happens.
Okay. Sounds good.
Beware the Ides of March.
What are the Ides of March?
The Ides of March are the 15th of March, the middle day of the month of March, of the Roman month of March. If you've heard of the Ides of March, you've probably heard beware the Ides of March.
Beware the Ides of March.
And that's because in 44 BC, Julius Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March. It seems to be the case that there's some premonition that this was going to happen. Shakespeare preserves this, but it's in the ancient accounts too, that a soothsayer had told him, beware the Ides of March.
Beware the Ides of March. Beware the Ides of March.
And as Caesar was walking to the Senate on the morning of that fateful day, he passed Spurina, the soothsayer, in the street. And he said, hey, the Ides of March have come. What's the problem? And Spurina said, aye, Caesar, but they have not yet gone. That was a true prophecy, as it turned out, because Caesar did go to the Senate, and as was planned, one of the conspirators pulled him aside to ask a favor. He pulled down Caesar's toga.
Take your hand off me.
Which was the signal. And then Caesar was surrounded by a crowd of conspirators who had concealed their daggers in their pen boxes, because, of course, you were not supposed to be armed in the Senate. And they, drew their daggers, and Casca was apparently the first to stab. But the accounts differ. Caesar may have had 35 or 36 wounds, or maybe 23. 23 is the canonical number. There are all kinds of really interesting parallels with other points in history, and particularly that how incredibly shocking it was to have this act of raw political violence right there in a meeting of the Senate. The reaction, in fact, was of total shock and dismay. And, maybe as many as 60 senators were in on this. The assassination of Caesar ushers in a very confusing period of Roman history. You have 14 more years of upheaval and chaos. It's only when Caesar's heir, Octavian, finally defeats Antony and Cleopatra in the year 30 that things are set back on a firm footing, but not on a Republican or Democratic footing, but on an autocracy that kind of masqueraded under the guise of a restored republic.
Politics aside, it turns out Caesar had a lot to do with how we mark and think of time today.
The Roman calendar originally was a 355-day calendar. It was originally probably a lunar calendar where the months were measured by the phases of the moon. But the 355-day calendar doesn't really work because the solar year is 365 and a quarter days long. So the Romans had divided the year into 12 months, but they were falling short, so they kept falling behind.
2 years before his death, Caesar fixed the calendar.
When Caesar brought the calendar into true, when he lined up the civic calendar with the solar calendar, the year as the Romans observed it civically had gotten so far out of whack. It was like 3 months different. So in the year 46, as dictator, Caesar, he intercalated a month after February, and then he intercalated 2 more months between November and December, which ended up making the year 46 a 445-day year, which I think must have been so agonizing.
Anyone who's lived through 2020 may be able to relate to a year that feels like it's 445 days long.
Caesar's most lasting accomplishment is that he did reform the calendar, and we use Caesar's calendar today. Regardless of whether he was a political hero or whether he was a tyrant who had to be deposed by any means, necessary, we still live on Caesar's time.
This is Inside Edition Digital.
What's up, Bonnie and Dee?
Hey, Cola.
Hey.
See you.
One of the things I didn't want to type, but I'm glad I did come up to say, you were saying that you keep trying to do this and that you don't know why you keep putting it off. And some of the stuff that I was reading about this blood moon is just a trip, like kind of almost makes sense. What's up, Dee? Like, I don't know, like emotional and letting things go and just like a lot about energy. And it's just like, it just seems like it was a good night for you to do the things you did. I don't know. Maybe I'm just read into things too much. But
Good point. Good point.
It's
That's
weird.
interesting.
I'm looking at the one I was reading because I was like, wow. When I was reading, I kept thinking of you. I'm like, that's really intense.
Yeah. What's up, Mike B? Good to see you.
Morning, everyone. How y'all doing?
We're here.
You're waking up again this time.
Yeah, I just got up about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, when I first started it, I was just shaking like crazy. I was like, okay, maybe I should just play the song and end it. And then I was like, no, been wanting to do this and get it out. And so I just kept on. And that's pretty neat. So what do you think about where did the beware of the Ides of March come from? Why did he keep saying that to Caesar?
I've always kind of been hazy on that. And my birthday's in the same time frame and I'm always like, what a shitty time for them to do this. I don't really understand it either, but yeah, it's kind of like bad timing for me.
Hey, Cynthia. Good to see you, honey.
Some people have a lot of knowledge about that. I'm sure somebody in chat could write a cool paragraph. Yeah, or even if you, any either of you guys,
Yeah, where's all the know-it-alls?
just Google it and then act like you knew it and read it. You know
Yeah,
we can do that.
you'll have to give me a few minutes. I just woke up, and then I'll give you the information on some of the stuff about the March. And yeah, my birthday's in March too. It was just last week.
Right. So, okay. There's a, I feel guilty how fascinating I find the zodiac and how accurate it can be, like even down to the week. So like generally people say, "Oh, I'm a Pisces," or "I'm this," or "I'm that," but even the little breakdowns within the signs, it's nuts, man. It really is how accurate they can be.
Don't feel guilty. I mean, just because you can see similarities and facts and whatever, like there's astronomy and there's something to the stars, obviously. It's like, but you don't worship them, and God created them. So as long as you're,
That's exactly how I used to look at it, as like he did it and man kind of like caught a little glimpse of it. Kind of the reason it's so telling is because he did it, right? He created everything. So it only makes sense that it matches. But what really got me, it was Enoch when they talk about,
yeah,
you know where I'm going. Yeah. And I'm like, "Man, you had to drive it home, didn't you?" Put it in there too. It's like,
yeah.
but I mean, in that sense, then I guess I should never wear makeup and I shouldn't use weapons either, because that was also the things that it was astrology and weapons and makeup that the fallen were showing humans. So I mean,
Yeah,
in a
because
sense, it's not any worse
nobody
than
knew
makeup.
about the makeup stuff until they ended up finding that cave with the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff, and that's where they ended up. Besides the scrolls and that, they found all that other stuff, the old makeup and all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what's crazy? So the other night you were talking about me being all over the place, right? And all the different things. Well, then when we end, he comes up backstage and he's just got a list. He's just going through and this and that and this. And like that wasn't even on the live. And I was over here like, oh my God. I can't even remember now, but it was all the same stuff we were talking about. It's like he'd been holding it in. He's like, you know what I think? And it was crazy because they were all accurate. They were all, things I'd either heard or it was interesting. But yeah, none of that was on the. I swear some of the best times are backstage. I hate to say that, but it just
I
sometimes
know.
it's got a better feel or something. I hate to say it, but it just goes better sometimes.
yeah, and then he can talk more freely without having to use the code words and stuff because of the YouTube and that.
Yeah, you don't have to say allegedly backstage.
Allegedly backstage.
So
Yeah.
Kim said the Ides of March 15th was when Caesar was stabbed in the back in the Senate, always supposed to be ominous day. And
That's
this
right.
says the phrase "Beware the Ides of March" has become a cautionary phrase warning of impending doom or danger, and is now a part of the English language due to its appearance in Shakespeare's play. And Shakespeare is the one who had the what they call him, the seer, the soothsayer. A soothsayer warned Caesar about danger on March 15th, the Ides of March, which is also the day that he was assassinated.
That's
And
tomorrow, 15th.
but that it happened 44 BC. How accurate is that? Really? I mean, wonder who documented it and how did that continue to this day?
I mean,
Garrett,
or what's missing from it, is the other thing that I always wonder.
yes.
What's omitted?
And isn't it interesting that in that little video they put J6? Like that was in comparison to Caesar's
Uh-huh.
Let it in anywhere they can, man.
assassination. I know. It's
It's
like,
nuts.
let's just keep it up here. No.
So this little
Actually,
photograph is, I tried to look back up, Bonnie, and this is not the same one, but it's a quick one. You have to type. Well, I go to DuckDuckGo first off, and then you have to type spiritual meaning because, like, they'll give you all the details that we already know about it. But this one says a blood moon is often seen as a time for reflection, exploring hidden emotions, symbolizing a balance between light and dark within ourselves. It is considered an opportunity to let go of negative aspects and embrace personal growth and healing. I mean, it was all there. It's a different
Right.
wording, but it was saying stuff about it will bring your emotions out. The moon will regular, just anybody at any given time can make you highly emotional, and you should like do some meditation and stuff and try to balance the energy. I don't know. It was really interesting because we have another one in September, and that one's different. Ironically, this one's kind of Virgo, and that one's Pisces, even though it's Pisces birthdays now. I don't know. This one has something to do with like Virgo energy, and then the one in September has like Pisces energy. I don't know. I just thought it was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
You can actually Google the Julius Caesar's death mask. They actually have a death mask of him.
Yeah. Well, and
They did with Abraham Lincoln and that too, where they put the plaster and that on it after they passed.
I don't know. But I didn't realize Ides stands for sun or son of.
Mm-hmm.
And interesting that the eclipse and that happening at the same time. I was like, boy, but this isn't the first time. Wasn't it during the eclipse that several things were happening at the same time?
The most recent eclipse that we had a while back, is that the one you're talking about?
Last April, yeah.
Yeah, with the the one with the map that they had. They had the X over it.
The Aleph. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the Aleph, which stands for God, right? And it went over all these towns in Nineveh, named Nineveh.
Yes, I remember that one.
Yeah.
And the X's.
Yeah, one big X. It was one X, which is the A in the Greek, which stands for God. That's why it was saying it was God's signature, that Aleph.
What did it really mean to you? What do you think it meant personally?
I mean,
because I heard it too, and I didn't understand the message. I was like, okay, I see you're trying to say something. What are you saying?
What I remember getting out of it was being terrified that California was going to fall into the ocean in August or something. It was a lot of more prophecy kind of stuff. People trying to say all kinds of things about it, but it just made me realize like people are just full of shit on a lot of this stuff. So I don't know.
I remember you were a little freaked out there, Dee.
Yeah, I was freaked out.
Time. And
people say they have dreams too. Sorry.
Yeah. But here we were in my area getting prepared because we were going to have 100% visibility. And so I guess I can say it now since it's over with. The resort that my daughter and son-in-law were working at the time, the Smithsonian bought out the whole resort for a week.
Wow.
For the eclipse. And there were other things there also that I probably can't speak of, but it's not like I know what went on, but there was a huge meeting of high people that actually even Kamala was supposed to attend. And I think for security reasons, I can't remember why she didn't, but I don't know. It just seemed really strange to me. That's all I really know about it. And I've kind of gone digging, and then I was like, yeah, I probably better quit digging in this. Some things are not meant to know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, with the Smithsonian back in the 1800s and early 1900s, excuse me, all these farmers and that, and Abraham Lincoln even documented this in one of his journals. They were talking about finding giants, and giants are real. They existed. They found
Mm-hmm.
the skeletons and that, and it was all over the news, all over the newspapers and everything. And then they came in, and that's where they bring them all now. They bring them in the Smithsonian and that, and anyone finds anything like that, because they have these big mounds all over the United States. If you dig in there, you find something like that, they come in, they tell you to hush up, or they make you no longer here, and that story disappears.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's why I was like, you know, anything you're researching can be tracked and allegedly. So that's why I was like, okay, I better stop right here. I think I got enough to satisfy me. But, it just I have always wondered why so much of whenever the government does a budget, a lot of money goes into the Smithsonian. And I'm thinking, okay, if they already have everything there, why do they still need funding? What is the funding for at the Smithsonian?
Protection,
Possibly.
security.
Payoffs to keep people quiet, payoffs to
Mm-hmm.
security, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, they know our number
Yeah.
before we know their number. Is
Yeah.
the scariest thing is that I've thought about it too. Like, man, what if I hit that one topic that's like triggers some kind of workflow, and somebody's like letting some hitman know, oh shit, they tapped in, they know about this, they know about that. What if we've done that over and over? We're all on the list,
Yeah.
but
think
we
you should
can't
just
help ourselves.
every so often you're looking at all this crap, you should just like start watching Justin Bieber and Selena and act like you're falling back in the Matrix. Just throw them off the track and then go back to it like that. I really do that, but just to like let my brain take a break. Not to trick anybody, but they're probably so confused. They're like, okay, does she love
Crack me up. Oh
I
my
mean, I
God.
really do that stuff. I have to take a break. I'll have to like, okay, well, what's
Yeah.
going on in this other person's life that means nothing. So yeah, you think about it. I know everybody does to some extent, though. We don't always go down rabbit. There's something stupid that you find interesting that has no conspiracy angle to it. And so as long as you look at some of that, like I feel like
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope so, because yeah, we're all in trouble if not. Don't you feel
I
like
think it.
I've actually thought about this, and don't you feel like all of us, every human, even people that aren't, that we all have strange interests and look up weird stuff, and it's like it's not that big of a red flag. Like until you start to actually do something, at all, like I don't know. I just don't think that people always say they're on a list. I'd be surprised if all of us were. It totally blocked
That's
my number 867 5309.
Yeah.
She knew your number.
I was
yeah,
so
because
upset.
I've seen footage of drones and that, and what they can do, the top secret stuff from that's released, and you can only imagine what they have now that they're not showing us. Because there's this guy Jordy Rose that allergies. Sorry, he was doing this sermon. What's this? This sermon, not a sermon. It was a conference talking about how he was going to work on this other project. Because what he did before that is he invented the quantum computer with the D wave, where you can. It's instead of with the sigils and stuff. It's pretty much a computer that can constantly keep you can talk to the other side for the the bad things and that. And then he was going to go on to work on a project where he said he's going to make these autonomous robots that are going to be I can't talk, indistinguishable from humans.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man,
they're into
probably
they're
ask it a
into some
math
bad.
question or do something and probably tell. I bet you we'll figure it out, don't you think? Indistinguishable. I feel like I will pinch it or touch it to see what this, no way. Would it trick you? You think you could be standing next to a robot and not know it? I don't think they've come that far, I would hope.
Well, look
We
at
think
the
that's
what is it? Those companion robots that they have that are lifelike, right? That you can I don't know why people would want to buy them, but it's $150,000 and they look so lifelike. Imagine what they have that they're not showing us.
right.
Have you met any divorced men? Look at that. Have you seen the Stepford Wives? I mean, it's like that's like a dream for some men and women, I guess. I wouldn't want a robot spouse personally,
Did you
but
see
I
the new
honestly
Stepford
think
Wives? Well,
I
no.
honestly I
it's not
honestly
new.
think
It's 15 years old. Sorry.
we're living in the days of Noah. I really do. This stuff happened before, and we're there right now. And God is not happy. And
Hmm.
the thing that gets me so mad is he gave us a promise with the rainbow, and all these people are showing that off for that movement and everything. And did you know that people that burn the U.S. flag? That's perfectly fine, but if you do something to that flag, it counts as a felony.
Well, sure, it's like you can kill a baby, but boy, you touch an eagle's egg, and you're gonna freaking go to prison. How backwards are we?
Things are changing too.
Exactly.
So you can't hang a BLM flag with an American flag. There's like something that happened since this administration took over. You can't put those rainbow flags, or if you have an American flag, that's it. You can't put a secondary flag. That's one of the things I read. I mean, it's been some time now, but I don't know. I feel like some of that stuff, like the pendulum's going to go in the other direction. So some of that progress they made is going to go backwards. It already has. The women in the male sports and stuff. There's
Mm-hmm.
no more
Yeah.
penis volleyball or any of that stuff. That's over.
See,
And I,
that's what I say. I don't care what they do. They say, "Oh yeah, I've changed. I've done this. I've done this. I'm this. It doesn't matter. You're still physiologically a man."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about the flag, and uh, I just ordered a DVD today. It is called "To Die For."
Hmm.
Um, it is. Is it John Schneider? Is that his name?
Rob Schneider.
No. Dukes of Hazzard guy.
Hmm.
I'm looking. Well, it didn't give his name on
Oh, I know who
here.
you're talking about. The blonde haired guy, right? That played Bo
Yes.
Luke.
Yes.
What's it's Schneider? I can't think of his first name.
Hmm.
I don't know, but um, so he's the one I ordered the DVD from. He's he has spoken out about a lot of things, and he's not going to stop. He that car is like a symbol to him, and he just keeps on. And I can't wait to get this movie. I mean, it's about it's it but to die for is willing to die for that flag, willing to die for our country is basically what it means.
Right on.
But I know it's got military in it. It's just reading about it, I was like, oh, this one's gonna be good. And I don't know how to share a DVD backstage. Well, yeah, that's possible. It is John Schneider. Okay, thank y'all.
Oh, John Schneider. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Remember.
Yeah, and it seems like I remember him as a child actor, but then when I look at him, I'm thinking, I'm not that damn old. I don't know how I would see a movie with him as a child, but um, I don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't go to movies. The last movie I went and saw at a theater, only because it was a new drive-in theater, and I was so excited that they're getting the drive-in theaters back. And I went and watched the Black Panther at a drive-in theater with
Dun-dun, dun-dun.
all the girls.
Fun.
We did it overnight so that we could. There was a Chinese restaurant that they wanted to go to. We just made it fun. It was like a mini bay.
Nice.
Last movie I saw was actually at a drive-in too. It was a double feature. It was the first Hangover and The Dark Knight.
Oh wow! Yep.
I want to see that new Wolverine. I hate it, but I do. It's
Oh,
Wolverine.
Wolverine and Deadpool.
Yes.
Oh my God, you are going to love that. That is
No
good.
spoilers. Don't
Right.
give any
Oh,
spoilers.
no, I never spoil, but I'm just
You
saying,
never
yeah,
would. Good job.
check it out. You're gonna love it.
I think
You
so.
hate that they got you, huh, Cola? You hate
Oh
that
yeah.
they got you.
That I'm so yeah. It's just the perfect combo. I can't get. I mean, I actually did like Wolverine when I was a kid, and then Deadpool's hilarious. Like he's the funniest one. He's got such a snarky, sarcastic little sense of humor. It's kind of just funny. I can't wait. I mean, I know everybody else to see. They still want to charge a crazy amount to like see it. So I'm just waiting for till it'll come to TV or Netflix or something.
Yeah.
I remember back in the day, it was like 60 something bucks to go to the regular movies just with one person, and you get a popcorn and 2 sodas. I can only imagine how much it is now with the inflation.
Man, I don't remember ever paying that much. Must be nice
Because
living in
the other
Kentucky.
day, the Burger King was saying they're having this dollar menu sale on that, and I'm thinking like, oh, what are they going to give you, half a chicken nugget for the buck? I mean, really?
That's funny, Ridge Runner.
That's Cynthia said the time $60. Dang, that's a lot. I feel like it was like 12 or 13. Maybe like even 7. Like 13 would be like 2 tickets. And yeah, you buy a bunch of crap, so it makes it more.
Dog.
What's up, Double Dog? I was wondering if you were gonna say hi. I know you're working. He's busy till the 15th. Seem to remember. Busy till the Ides of March date.
Do any y'all do on Patty's Day? St. Patty's Day?
What about it?
Do any of y'all do anything or have any kind of
Well,
tradition?
my husband said he wanted corned beef hash. I said, I don't want to make that.
We
I
used
already decorated for it, and I'm
420.
gonna make corned beef, and I'm gonna make some corned beef and cabbage and that.
Oh no. Oh, you are gonna?
Yeah.
that used to be when we were on vacation because that's usually spring break for the kids in school, and so that's when we would go to the coast because there wasn't any kids at the coast we went to. No teenagers. It wasn't like Fort Lauderdale or something. It was just fishing community. But we always had fun. And we always had to stop and get a St. Patrick's Day shirt or something. So no pinching. We were I always wanted to go to
Go ahead. Sorry.
I always wanted to go to a pub for St. Patrick's Day. I think that would be fun.
It is more appropriate. The last funeral I went to was my uncle's in Chicago, and we had his reception at a Irish pub. and then some couple military guys came in. They were late, which was a bummer. They got caught by a train, so they missed the like at the church, you know, they were supposed to come there, but they came to the restaurant, and that was really cool. But yeah,
That's
it
good.
seemed appropriate for my atheist uncle's funeral reception to be at an Irish pub. He was a good guy. Yeah, good guy. He just grilled up some burgers and dogs with sauerkraut. Yeah.
Sounds good.
I just don't even want to cook. I mean, I like to go out, maybe get me corned beef, but I'm not going. The one Irish place that we have here in Humboldt County that I used to really like because they had all the good dishes and stuff, they had a drag show for kids. And I was like, oh, fuck you guys. I'm done. I'll never eat in your restaurant again. You stupid ass losers. I hate this town so much. What goes on in this town anymore? I don't want to say I hate this town fully. I don't want to hate anything, but I want new holidays. I want new American holidays. I can't stand all the old ones. So many of them, they're just commercialized bullshit. You know, there's very few that, like, I'd keep the 4th of July, I'd keep Memorial Day, Labor Day, you know, but like Valentine's Day can go away, St. Patrick's Day, like whatever. You can keep it if you want, but there's just so many. It's all commercialized, and it's stupid because a lot of them don't mean anything really much for America.
Well, I don't know. I mean, when you think about it, it's a time for people to get together. There's going to be events. I know some places have marathons. I actually just looked at our events calendar, and there's a whole lot going on. And so it's a good way to get with your community and just celebrate together, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
Some of them are, but a lot of them are just like, it's always about some kind of sugar dessert or alcohol. And like, say, take Christmas and so for in Humboldt, they have on Memorial Day weekend, they have an event called the Kinetic Sculpture Race. And it's really cool. You know, it's quite the elitist competition, because to put together a bicycle that can go on land, sand, mud, and water is, you know, you got to have a lot of money for that. And that's on Memorial Day. So most of the town celebrates that, and then there's very little going on for Memorial Day, but they love the Kinetic Sculpture Race, and the prizes for the glory. You know, that's their theme, is it's for the glory. And the founder of it, Hobart Brown, was a creeper. So I don't know. It's just stuff like that. It's just like frustrating. I don't feel like we don't have any really good traditional cultural holidays that speak to our history and to what makes our country really great and good.
Yeah.
Some of them are, but
just like how they're taking all the statues down and everything else, and you know, you want to tell these people, you know, you erase history, you forget about history, it's going to repeat itself.
That's right. Amen. Rocky Horror Picture Show, is that the only drag show you're going to?
Well, we don't have any of that. We don't have any. Oh my goodness. If they tried to have a drag show at anything around me, it would not go well.
I would love to see that. I would love to see them try, though. You know, I really would. I would enjoy that. It'd be like those BLM ones going down to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Remember that?
Well,
Oh,
that's another thing. That's what I was going to say. I don't even think it would get off the ground, because even during that time when they were doing the protests, BLM protests or something, one girl tried to have a protest here, and they shut her down right there. Judge.
Bye, Felicia. Nice try, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it just that just didn't go over here. And
I'm glad to hear it. I am glad to hear it. I'm glad our whole country doesn't look like my town. That's for
yeah,
sure.
and I feel bad that it does, because I can see where it would taint your
View on holidays and stuff.
ability, right? But even your ability to go to community events or anything.
Yeah.
I don't. Man, I would miss that. I mean, we have potlucks, we have big O, just a lot of events. We just had a Renaissance festival, and I love those.
They're fun. Yeah. We have
Yep.
those too. We have a medieval times one that's really cool.
Yes. Yeah. And I don't know, there's a whole list. And then we've got these 2 women singers that are going to be at Lukenbach, and some trying to find a group to go to Lukenbach.
Nice. But like even in Houston, you didn't have, even with all them California.
Oh, I'm sure in Houston, Dallas. I know in
Yeah.
Dallas. And
Yeah.
but I'm not anywhere near those.
Austin.
I don't go to Austin. I'm just long ways away from all those. And so thankfully it hasn't spilled out here. I'm concerned that the growth could spill out here.
Yeah.
If that happens, I will be relocating, because that'll just ruin it.
Right.
That's why I live here, because of the closeness, because of the community.
Your culture is good.
Yes.
Still.
Yes.
Yeah, your culture is good. My culture is bad. It's real bad out here. It really is. It's impossible to stream positively. Like that's done. There's none of that is happening really. I just have to point it out. I have to point it out and try to help people not let their town turn into my town.
Yeah.
They think it's a California thing. It's really, it's a morality thing, and any town is prone to it, to letting if the godly people aren't going to stand up, we're all going to be Patterson, New Jersey, because the Muslims will, and the globalists will, and these people will not stop. They will not stop. So,
and I was even thinking, my daughter, she wanted to go to one of the restaurants yesterday, and the restaurant parking lot was full. And so I parked at the church across the street, and I'm sitting there waiting for her to get her spaghetti. And I'm watching these ranchers. It's Wednesday night, and they're going to church. And you can tell they're ranchers, the way they're dressed. They're just, well, a lot of people dress
sounds
like
good.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good sight to me. They're all in their cowboy outfits and stuff.
Yes, cowboy boots, Wranglers, and
nice.
In the work shirts.
Working men, sweaty. Sorry, everybody. I just lost my mind.
Real men. and
Them real men I don't see very much.
carrying their Bible into the church. And
Oh my gosh, I'm gone.
I'm
You're
thinking,
killing me and reminding me of an old friend I used to have, and she used to always imitate that cartoon character. And I don't know if y'all will have any idea. It was like this lady, and she'd go, "It's a man." Get all excited.
Sorry,
She
Bonnie.
used to say that all the
I'm
time.
so sorry.
And,
That's what I'm saying from now
the
on.
cartoon, that
I'm sorry.
cartoon that's from Who Framed Roger Rabbit when Bob Hopkins
Oh,
goes to Toontown and he
yeah.
thinks Jessica Rabbit's there and she turns around, it's like, it's a man.
Yeah, my friend used to say that all the time, just being silly, you know.
I'm
And that's
sorry,
what she
Bonnie. I
wanted.
lost my mind with that visual you were giving me.
well, and I'm just thinking, what this
I
would be
know, right?
good, taking pictures of them
Mhm.
and showing this is what we need to get back to. And
Yes.
across the street at the same time, the 5-gallon barrels, not 5-gallon, 50-gallon barrels, the big barrels.
Yeah, the drums. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Were they
This
cooking meat in them?
well, but they didn't do that. They
Mm.
had cut out a side of it and made a train out of it. And so here comes this train coming out of the parking lot behind me, and these kids are all riding in each one of those barrels, and I was like, flipping cute as that. I
Oh,
did
so
a
cute.
video of that. And so I'm gonna have to go to town
Yeah.
one day this weekend and get some footage, because
Yeah.
it's it showed this is small town life. This is
Mhm.
um it's what we need to get back to.
Yeah.
A lot of people are missing out on that and don't have that. And
Mhm. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe maybe
No,
it's
that's true. There is ranchers here too in Humboldt. Like there is that remnant here. Fortuna is the town that's got more of the rednecks, the loggers, the working class men. I'm in the stupid college town.
yeah,
I live where the university is, so it's extra bad in the town that I live in. But Humboldt County has an eclectic mix of people. Um, and I can appreciate all the different kinds of people. It's just that when the people don't want to follow laws, then I have a problem with them.
right.
And that's a lot of people here, unfortunately.
Well, I wish you'd go get video of those loggers and the those those that's the working men. Those are the real men. Those are the men you want to push your daughters towards,
Right.
not
Oh,
these
for sure. Yeah.
wimpy wife beating because they're so weak themselves. They got to beat up women that just
I bet that's on an all-time low with all these feminine men. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like the guys are getting more feminine. I don't think that it's masculine to beat women. But to be violent is kind of like a manly thing.
Mhm.
I feel like testosterone or whatever. I bet it on the
no.
one side.
To me, I'm seeing the wimpy ones are the ones who are beating up the women, because that's their way of making themselves feel like a man.
You're right on that. Devil Dog's asking you for the link, Bonnie, in
I
the
know I'm
chat.
getting it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Takes me a second. Well,
Well, it takes me about 10, 20 minutes, so you did great.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because I've seen it firsthand. 3 daughters, and all 3 beaten up by or males. One of them, it was in school, so he wasn't a man, but still, it's that mentality that they're out there. And when you see this,
The men who do that, they're very, very insecure too. The ones that do that.
yes, exactly. And that's what I'm saying, that they do it to try to make themselves feel bigger than they are, or something. I don't know. But those are the ones that are hard to forgive. Those
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's up?
baby dog.
What's up, D
What up,
Dog?
kids?
Uh-oh. I'm a little scared. I don't know what that damn thumb drive I know you got in your hand. Shut your pie hole. I take my camera off now too. If someone else has their camera off too. We got faces. How about that?
Yeah,
We got
happy
real
Pie Day,
faces.
mother cluckers.
Happy Pie Day, motherfuckers. Tariff Chinese goods. Yes, do it.
Y'all already talked about tariffs a little earlier, didn't you? I was here. I saw an article I didn't delve into about alcohol, 100% tariff. I thought, oh Lord, y'all talked about that.
200%.
Good grief! Come on now.
Oh my gosh.
That's all right. I bought some today. I was already planning on it. I did. Bought some wine.
Yeah, speaking of alcohol, I get this vodka, and I don't get it to drink. I put that back for my preps. The stuff I drink is I drink whiskey. I'll have a couple whiskey sours occasionally, but the vodka, it's the I forget what brand it was. It was the T.A. Takaka or something, and it was $9.99, and then now it's almost up to $17. It kept going up a buck, a buck, a buck, a buck. It's getting expensive now. Everything's getting expensive, but that's one of the best preps you can put back because you can sanitize stuff, you can clean wounds, and yeah, unfortunately some people will need that when the crap hits the fans to self-medicate, because there's going to be a lot of people out there that when that happens, all that stuff's going to run out, and yeah, it's not going to
I
be
got
good.
about 2 bottles stashed. I don't drink it very often, so that's a lot for me. 2 decent sized bottles, but it's also not cheap unless you get the cheap stuff.
Is it tequila, Mike? Is that what you were trying to
I thought you
say?
were talking about vodka.
No,
Maybe.
it's vodka. Vodka.
No.
That's what I was talking about too. And not for sanitation purposes. I got some peach tree to go, so I can add with the vodkas if I do drink it. Oh man.
Yeah, but people don't understand that one of the best disinfectants is actually marigold blossoms.
Oh, yeah?
Cool. I did plant some marigolds. I've never done them before.
I've been looking for them to plant them because aren't those what you're supposed to plant with your vegetables in there somewhere?
Yeah,
I
it
didn't know
keeps the bad stuff away.
Yeah.
But how do you get the extract out of the marigold flowers?
You just grab the blossom, and if you have a cut, you just rub it on it.
Oh, you don't have to process it to make it be effective. You just like plantain.
You process it by rubbing it.
Yeah, I got that part. Rub it.
Just like make a man happy, rub him.
Good Lord.
I got that down.
Rub it up in the tub.
I'm keeping him. I figured it out.
She's like, I got it, and we're talking flowers. I know how to.
I don't care. I'll talk all of it. It's good.
Yeah, I've got Everclear, spiced rum.
Dang.
And I got some kind of a German apple.
Isn't Everclear like super percentage high, like really, really high?
Everclear's 190
proof, baby cakes.
There you go. 190.
But not in California because it's illegal here because we can't have bulletproof Everclear.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
Gosh.
80 proof.
In Michigan, they have the 160 proof. I have to go to Indiana for the 190.
Wow.
Yeah. They got to regulate us, They're bullshit.
Speaking of regulations, don't ever live in Massachusetts because you can't have anything here.
No.
Nothing. They even outlawed those the firework those those little snakes.
No.
The little black snakes that you put the lighter to and it grow.
The fireworks?
Yeah, they outlawed them. they outlawed so many knives, and I get this this magazine, Smoky Mountain Knife Works, and
Yes,
then I'm looking, I'm like, oh, this looks so nice, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, of course, Massachusetts can't ship to Massachusetts.
Wow.
It's awful.
That's such bullshit. It's like my Berna weapon that's a non-lethal pew pew. I can't get the what are they called? Shit. They're pepper balls. I can't have the pepper balls in California, and neither can New York. They're like, no, you can't have them. But the cops can have them because that's the same thing they use for their little pepper spray balls.
Yeah, and all the Congress and that they can have their pew pews and their security to protect themselves. But
Yeah.
us as American citizens, we can't protect ourselves. That's not right.
Ain't
I
that a big?
beg your pardon. We can.
We can and we will.
We
So
will.
fuck yous,
That's
whoever you are.
Marigold flowers also have a nutrient that starts with an LI, and it staves off AMD in the eyes. It's very good for your eyes. Just eating marigold blossoms.
How do they taste? Aren't they bitter?
Oh, I never tried them,
Eh,
but it's very big in Australia because they have so many of them.
Oh,
They
they're
taste like
everywhere.
marigold.
Yeah, they don't. They. Oh, I was thinking of dandelion. You smart ass. But yeah, marigolds. I used to not like the smell of them. Some of them I'm like, I don't know. I can't decide if I like it or not. But some of them I do like. Some of them are not as good smelling as others.
Because just the other day, I had a conversation with my friend. He went to the DMV, and he's not happy because he went there and he had all the paperwork, and he still needs more paperwork. And he's saying, how come I have to jump through all these hoops to get the real ID, and all these people from all over getting all this free stuff and all these temporary IDs? And he said, I have to jump through hoops as an American citizen. It ain't right.
Okay, what he has to do is go to Mexico and then smuggle his own ass in, and he'll get everything he wants.
I grew some of those chamomile flowers last year, but I never made tea out of them. But I know that's how you get or you could. But they weren't hard to grow. I just never did anything with them. Feels like you got to pick and choose. There's so much to do at the end, when you got a garden full of vegetables and you got plants. I was learning how to save the seeds from my zinnia flowers, and it's so cool and everything, but there's a lot of different chores. Like, well, what thing? And then I did relish for the first time. I'd never done that. My pickles my relish was way better than any pickles I've ever done. They didn't turn out well. But you got to pick and choose. You can't, I don't know. Some people, maybe they're more organized and have it better planned out and probably are more productive. But I just feel like you run out of time with all the things to do from harvesting and stuff.
So, Cola, the relish you made, what'd you make it out of?
Cucumbers, and I can't remember. I've got it written down somewhere. I cut them up real tiny, and it's actually, I still have it in the fridge. It was actually really good. I can't for the life of me. I have probably a screenshot somewhere buried in my phone that I used, and I just followed it to a T, and it turned out great. But yeah, my pickles never do. I think it had that. I'm not sure if it does. What's that stuff it's like pickling, whatever, and it's got different size. I don't want to. That's what she said. It's got balls and all this stuff in there that's flagrant.
I just use steel.
But,
yeah, that's
next time.
Go ahead.
Next time, try making your relish with green tomatoes, and you'll never use a cucumber again.
Huh. No, never thought of that.
Yeah. In December, whenever I had all those tomatoes on the vines, and we were fixing to have a freeze, and so I just picked them all up. They were all green. And that's what D-Dog told me.
Did you do it?
I had sent them with my daughter for her and my granddaughter, and she said that she made something out of them.
Yeah, I've never had fried green tomatoes either. I know that's crazy, but I've never made them or had them. I want to try those one of these days.
They're good.
How do they compare to regular tomatoes? That's what I'm curious. What is that the difference in
They're
eating like,
crunchier because they're green.
but they still they're still good, you think? Just have a different flavor at all? Too much?
Well, I mean, you're doing them differently, so they're going to
Mhm.
have a different flavor because of the way you're doing them.
Right.
I made them one time. I think the thing about them is because I tried to figure out how come they don't just make them out of regular red ripe tomatoes. They'd be too soft. It's because they're firm and they're not fully ripe yet. But I don't remember being like, oh, I love these, But I breaded them and fried them when Driving Miss Daisy came out. I'm like, I gotta have me some fried tomatoes, I made them, but I wasn't sure if they're just supposed to be green regular tomatoes or if there was a special type of green tomato like apples. I have Granny Smith because there are some green tomatoes that even when they're ripe, they just stay green, So I wasn't really sure, but they were all right. They were all right.
I gotta try them at least, and instead of just going, you being the kid, and I don't think I like that. Gotta actually try it and see.
Well,
Did you make? Go ahead.
These that I picked, they were cherry tomatoes and grape tomatoes. And the grape tomatoes grow a little bigger than the cherry tomatoes, and
they're small.
Mm-hmm.
Echo, hey hon.
Ooh, I like those balls. Taking the tomatoes, and some people do them whole, but I cut them in half, little olive oil, and put them in the oven. Those are real good with like Alfredo and stuff. I wonder, could you do that? Maybe you could do that too. Look at me trying to come up with new stuff. Fire roast some green cherry tomatoes instead of red ones, Probably wouldn't work.
Why are you bringing up shriveled old balls, Echo? Damn, girl.
Oh my God. That reminds me of that movie. Oh my God. Was it Big Daddy again? We were talking about the other day. And he was his girlfriend with the older guy. And he's like, in those old balls. He kept saying it. He said it too.
And leave them old balls alone.
He says he had a 5-year plan. What's your 5-year plan? Don't die. I love him. He's so funny.
Yeah, Big Daddy was good.
That was so funny.
Yeah.
I've said that before. That was a funny line.
Jeez, Echo, I've never seen them. Pickled old balls or pickled apples? Which one, honey? Never mind. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked that.
I mean, other than the old balls, it's just making me hungry. That's all. Kind of my cravings there. We got the old balls. I was like, well, not quite as hungry.
Apples does
A
not
boyfriend.
Homemade salsa. That sounds pretty yummy. I don't know. I don't think I've done that. Maybe once.
Oh gosh, it's so easy and so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah, but if you do a fermented salsa, it actually promotes good gut health.
I'm going to make that fermented.
What? Oh, fermented salsa.
So, okay, so the stuff you get in the jar from the grocery store, for example, that's not fermented. That's just regular salsa, right?
Right.
Well, that's the cheapest thing they could possibly make you and charge you the most amount of money.
Right.
I mean, some stores will they may have a fermented salsa in the section with sauerkraut and stuff like that, fresh stuff. Like we have, but yeah, on the shelves, no, it's just going to be canned. There's a difference between canned, fermented, and pickled, which I had to learn because I thought pickled and fermented were kind of the same, but they're not.
Totally different.
Totally different.
Yeah, the best YouTuber to do something on fermented salsa has to be Stacy from Crazy Doug and Stacy's.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I said crazy Doug's because Doug is fucking nuts.
he is.
Mm-hmm.
I'll agree.
They're both shock jocks too. I get sick of that. I've made her sauerkraut, and I've made yeah, they got good information for sure. Sometimes very good. Very good. Yeah.
What
Do
about
you know the
pickling?
easiest way to make sauerkraut?
Tell me.
Piss off a German.
I was waiting for that.
That would be me. So
I know I have a little. I have that's in my heritage.
yeah, no way. You too?
Well, yeah, my maiden name starts with EH, but it's that A sound.
I think we
You ever
all
hear that? You ever hear that joke about the husband and wife and they keep having an argument about how Hawaii's pronounced? He says it's Hawaii, and she says no, it's Hawaii. And then they finally take a vacation and they go there and they go to one of the natives and they said, "How do you say Hawaii?" He says, "I say Hawaii." And he says, "Thank you very much." And he says, "You're welcome."
He had an accent, so it didn't count. He wasn't from fucking Hawaii. That's why. He was
so
from
much
Sweden.
funnier. It's so much funnier when you explain it every time. It really isn't or is. I don't know. It's both.
Oh, that
She
was
said
a
he
good
had
one.
an
I like that
accent.
one.
That was funnier than the joke.
I
Isn't
like
it
that one.
actually Hawaii?
Oh my gosh. I thought it was Hawaii, but I'm probably freaking wrong. I say things
Well,
wrong.
that's how everybody says it. But to the islanders, I kind of thought they said Hawaii.
Yeah, Hawaii.
Yeah,
Okay.
Say
the way they say it, yeah. Hawaii.
Have you guys pickled anything before?
Yeah, I made pickles, and I'll never buy pickles again.
Yeah, I didn't perfect that yet. I need to perfect that.
Oh, I cheated though. I bought a packet called Mrs. Wages, and my pickles tasted just like Clausen pickles with her packet. Oh, so freaking good. She put a little turmeric in it. That's what gives it the color. That's all it is. It's so good.
We usually keep a jug in the refrigerator of just quartered sliced cucumbers, onions, and salt, pepper, tomatoes. Sometimes my daughter didn't really like the tomatoes in it, and vinegar, just soak it in vinegar.
Yeah.
Did you know you can? Oh, sorry.
Such a good snack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting hungry again, you guys.
Did you know you can olive a pickle, but you can't pickle an olive because, as my name says, cooking with Mike B, I do lots of food experiments, and I took some those little jars of olives. I had the juice. I put some pickles in there, left them in there for a few days, and the pickle tastes just like an olive. And then I took the olives and put them in pickle juice for a few days. And the pickle juice, it drawed all the flavor out of the olive. The olive was tasteless. It didn't taste like anything. And then I did an experiment with peppercini juice and jalapeno juice with the olives. And oh boy, I left the pepper. It tasted just like a peppercini. But the one I forgot the jalapeno juice. I left that in there for a few months, and I got it. And oh my god, that thing was hotter than the jalapeno. I mean, I don't know what I did. I think I discovered something new, but woo, that was hot.
Burned your butthole, huh?
D.
What?
Well,
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Speaking of that, that reminds me of the Super Bowl party I went to a while back.
Where's my
This
thumbnail?
was back in early 2000. It's my friend's house, and his name was Pete, and he came out of the bathroom. He says, "Oh man," because we had the banana peppers and all that stuff, and I was laughing at him, and I ended up going home. And later on that night, I wasn't laughing at him anymore.
Yeah.
I worked with a guy that was Jerry Kozicki, so that's European, but he married a Ceylonese woman. And he said, try one of these gherkin pickles. takes it out. It almost spontaneous combusted. Hot. Ceylon people.
If it don't make my brother sweat bullets, it's not hot enough for him. He just.
I like it. I like the spice.
I
Give me
like
the
hot, but I like flavor with it, and that's why I
Right.
like the jalapenos the best because they have flavor.
Mm-hmm.
I like
Habaneros
the-
have good flavor though too. I like habaneros flavor better than jalapenos, but they're hotter for sure.
I like a nice heat. I don't like a painful heat because I watched some Clausen's hot dill spears one day, and I tried them, and it was just too much of a painful heat for me. I ended up having
Was
to
it?
throw them away.
Wow.
Clausen's hot pickles.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it was just too. It was too much of a painful heat.
Kim says, "What would your last meal be? Would you choose Mexican or Italian? If you knew it was your last meal."
I'd
And
rather
I-
not die myself. Is that okay? I don't want either one.
I
You
said
know what?
Mexican always.
You said what?
I said Mexican always.
Oh, not a steak?
Do what?
Not a big fat steak?
Well, that's a daily. I've got one I just cooked today. A big old
That's for lunch, bitches.
sirloin.
Tuesday.
Yeah, I have that either breakfast or lunch is my steak.
But
You're all making me hungry.
Yeah, no shit. We all must be hungry.
Yeah, I'm over here. I'm imagining, like, I was thinking fried chicken and some mashed potatoes. And I was like, yeah, but I want the salad too. Like, if it's your last meal, you better ask for everything. Even if you can't eat
Right.
it all. I would.
Roasted potatoes
don't forget the dessert.
Yorkshire pudding. Hands down.
Surf and turf. Lobster tail and steak.
I think for my last meal, I would want some really good vegan food. You know, like a porterhouse. Well, it's vegan because it only eats grass.
I just keep thinking of how when my grandson doesn't want to go to sleep, he'll ask for food because he'll know that I'll give and I'll feed him, and then he's like real slow and deliberate because he doesn't want to go to bed. Imagine when I would be 100 chews. I'd be taking my time.
Yep.
This is a really bad thought you put in my head. Who was that? Let me go back and see who did this to me. What a horrible thought I'm having.
My last meal would be chicken and polenta with the side of the hamburger gravy, a salad, and a couple Dr. Peppers.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. This is
Chicken
turning
polenta? Really?
You
love
chicken and polenta. You cook the chicken separately in the polenta. It's a cornmeal. It's
made
yellow.
it.
And you make
Yeah,
a butter
I've
gravy
made
with it.
it.
It's delicious.
I like it. I don't eat it with my husband because he always wants to call it placenta, and I always want to smack the shit out of it. Shut the fuck up! Stop! You asshole! You're ruining my freaking dinner right now. What the hell? I want to pick.
I put chunks of garlic in mine.
What do you like for dinner, honey? Oh, some fried afterbirth.
No.
Oh my.
They actually do that.
Ew, they
Yeah,
do.
can I get that with noodles and gravy too?
Oh, yeah, there goes my appetite. Not hungry
Or
anymore.
even
Did that help everybody?
Yeah, or we could go back to talking about shriveled up balls. That did it for me once.
Wait, what the hell brought that up? Where'd fried placenta come from? I missed something.
She said her husband said that about a meal she ate.
No, he says that every time I talk about polenta. Or if I want to make polenta, he goes, "Oh, what's that, placenta?" He always calls it placenta, and he knows I hate it. He still does it anyway. He
Now I
doesn't.
don't even know what it is. Polenta
When you make your polenta, do you add garlic to it? Because I do an old school recipe where I just make it plain, but then you can add garlic to
That's what I'm trying to find out, Bonnie. They're just
I'm looking it up.
Still not telling us.
It's cornmeal, and you boil it, and
What
like
the
you kind of make it like oatmeal, but then you can also step it up. You put it in a. Some people put it in a like a container, and then they just cut it. And you can either deep fry it or pan fry it, or you can eat it out of the pan before it sets in a container. How do you make it, Mike? Do you set it? Do you let it set?
Yes, it's very diverse. I just boil mine, and then I cook the chicken with the butter and the basil and everything, and then sometimes I'll make hamburger gravy with it too instead of the butter gravy.
So
cornmeal mush, Echo said.
Cornmeal mush. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
No, but it's deep fried. It's delicious. You can let it set, and it hardens up, and then you slice it when it's hardened up. And if you cook it in a pan with butter in that, I mean, it's really good.
I don't want it hardened. So we make corn pongs, but it's like a cornmeal batter, and you just pat it out with your hands, and then you fry it in the grease. And Mom always called them corn pongs.
I'm sorry to hear about that, Echo. Dang it. She's got the pneumonia again. Damn it.
But they both got the same thing, and two different doctors said different things. Interesting.
But her roommate is really sick, though, too.
I know.
Yeah, and it's weird. How come my weather app, I'm looking at my weather app, and instead of saying that the storm we're going to get this weekend with all the rain, it says flu outlook. Flu risk remain very high over the next few days. Why is my weather app saying that?
I heard Arizona's getting hit with a real bad storm, which is not normal, to Phoenix.
Well, let me see.
It's supposed to rain Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and we're lucking out because it'll be big storm. But then Tuesday, Wednesday, we're getting an ice storm again, which is I'm sick of this weather. I want spring to be here. I really do.
I woke up this morning to snow on the ground, and then we got this Roomba thing that goes around, the Roomba vacuum thing. And then my 15-year-old dog took a shit, and my husband's like, "Oh, Roomba's going over there," and I'm like, "Well, better pick it up." He's like, "Oh no, Roomba can sense it," he says. And I'm thinking, "Fuck, you better." Sure shit enough, Roomba didn't sense it. Roomba rolled right over the shit, and then like half an hour later, the power goes out. I was just like, "Wow, good morning," Snow, Roomba shit, and the power's out. Yay!
Did Roomba get stuck, or did he have snow chains on?
No, Roomba didn't get stuck, but Wifey was pissed. Hubby didn't pick up Roomba. So what the hell? That was dumb, wasn't it? Sitting there cleaning. I hadn't even had a cup of coffee yet. I'm sitting there cleaning freaking shit out of Roomba wheels. I was not happy.
I got another dog shit. Sorry.
What? I didn't hear either one of you.
No, go ahead.
That's why I don't like to fall with my dog, because he's on his lead, and he'll go and the leaves. Sometimes you can't see the poops during that, and he'll step in them. That's why I have my hose that I just hose my boots off with instead of there with a stick, just trying to get the stuff off of there. It's a lot easier with the hose.
Okay, I'm gonna show y'all a video real quick.
Well,
okay, help us.
Before you do, I'm gonna go ahead and jump down.
Bye, Cola. It was fun hanging out with you, girl.
Y'all made me hungry, man.
Enjoy your pickles.
Cola. Have a great Friday and wonderful weekend.
You guys too. And if anybody doesn't know about Bonnie's PayPal, she's got one, and all you got to do, make sure you put the 4 in her email. God, that was awful.
That was funny.
Oh my God, at least it got resolved. All right, good night, y'all. I'll be listening.
Good night, honey.
Thank you, Paula, for coming in.
Yeah,
It's
did.
corn pone, I guess. It's spelled Pone, and it's so. I'm gonna show it.
Okay. Corn pone. Corn pone. I know.
That looks so delicious. Oh my God, I'm so hungry now. Thank you.
Welcome to the South.
Oh, you forgot the y'all.
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 Aren't they hard though? Like those little corn patties?
Yes, they're
They
crunchy.
break your teeth? Mm.
No, they don't break your teeth. I
No.
still have my teeth.
Similar to like a hush puppy, I guess.
No.
No? Okay. All right.
Penny loafer. Already old enough to remember them.
Well, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but where the hell did that come from, Black Watch? Boy, listen to my mouth tonight. Okay, I'm a little. It's the moon. I'll blame it on the moon.
Must be the cherry tomatoes. The green ones, which I've never seen in my life, but okay.
Yes, Kim, if you email me, then I will give you my P.O. box.
So Devil Dog, you started a lot of planted a lot of seeds already?
Does PayPal take Google Play cards, or do you have to use the credit card?
Oh,
I don't know what a Google Play card is. I don't know.
I'll have to look into that because I'll have to go get a prepaid credit card if that doesn't take that up. I got to go to Wally World later today anyway again. I just went yesterday. I got to get more stuff today again, so I'll look into that.
Wally World.
Yeah, Wally World.
Oh my gosh. It's 2:00 in the morning here. Wow. It's 5:00 in the morning in Michigan, isn't it?
4:00 in the morning here.
It's 5:00 here.
And that's Cola. We sat up talking till I think it was 4:30 this morning.
You two did from her show last night after her show?
Yeah. And so that's why I was like, well, I can go live. Because when you go live, it's like after it's over, you're kind of wound up a little for a minute. And I wasn't going to do that very long for
your first one?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and I understand wanting to
separate them.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I realized. I have to do that with all of my streams because sometimes I want to just talk about Humboldt County. Sometimes I want to talk about other things. Sometimes I want to do my Constitution class. I can't mix all that stuff up together. It's too much. You know, it's too much. 5-hour stream.
I just hit 100 100 subs. I'm looking into how to go live. I'm looking into that because I'm still all new to this.
You can watch some videos on StreamYard, and there's a free version too. And you don't have to have. You can hook up your YouTube through Stream,
Yeah.
and then
Stream.
yeah.
Yeah, and if you start out with the free one, stick to it, because once you get all the perks, you don't want to leave it, and they keep up in the price, and it's like, darn it.
Now I heard something, ED Mux. If you use that, you got to use Chrome. But there's a Supreme Court ruling recently about Google having a monopoly on search engines, and they're telling Google to sell Chrome.
Mm-hmm.
See how that turns out. Supreme Court is telling them that.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway. I ran across something today. Me and my 6 imaginary friends are saying, what are we going to watch on YouTube now? I said, there's nothing on. Well, search something. What do we search? Oh, God, has that a brain part? The stones in Europe, Stonehenge.
Oh.
And most of it is like 7 years old, 14 years old. This one was put up 7 months ago. Some guy cracked it in 2021. Stonehenge, for the most part, came from Wales, 150 miles away. And they're talking about the smaller blue stones. So they went to the quarry in Wales, and he got a chip, and it matched one of the blue stones chips in Stonehenge. Very interesting video, or documentary, whatever you want to call it. Goes back 7,500 to 8,000 years BC.
Yeah.
Kind of an interesting little thing I found. But
I was watching Timcast. He was live, and he was talking about the Christians in the UK getting arrested for praying. And one man wasn't anywhere near a abortion clinic, but had lost a child that way, was in a park, and just because he had his eyes closed, arrested. If you close your eyes and even thought praying, they arrest you.
They've threatened people that even in their own home, they're not allowed to pray. They're trying to pass that. And it's really scary to think that, we're so on the verge of
We're slowly turning into Nazi Germany, unfortunately, and we all know what happened there.
It's the way humans think towards each other is dangerous. That's what's dangerous.
Yes. But you go to a Muslim country, and at certain times of the day, they hit their knees and start praying wherever they are.
5 times a day. 5 times a day. And Patterson, New Jersey can now enjoy hearing the call to prayer 5 times a day because Patterson, New Jersey has a bunch of Muslims that are in charge of the council, and they're very proud that they've taken that town over for Allah. And there's 60 other municipalities that the Muslims have assembled themselves and organized. So I hope America's ready to all say your prayers 5 times a day to Allah, or else stand up for your own religion and freedom, because they won't stop. They won't stop.
Nope.
They're poised and ready. I don't think it'll go over well in every town, but Minnesota, I mean, they got a lot of refugees in Minnesota for a long time. Devil Dog, what do you want to talk about?
I don't know what.
No, I don't know. I thought maybe you had something you wanted to talk about.
Other than shriveled up green cherries.
Balls. Patterson, New Jersey. If you watch ABG Prepping, she did a video on it yesterday. And I can't remember which one it was. She did like 2 or 3 videos yesterday. But towards the end of it, she was showing footage of the people in Patterson, New Jersey. Bunch of Muslims, 6 or 7 Muslims around the podium, all taking their little turns, and some of them getting a little loud and excitable. And it was like, holy shit, look at this. Bye.
Can I have the name of that channel again? I tried writing it down, but what was it?
It's ABG Prepping. I'll try to drop a link.
ABG.
I'll try to find the actual video that it was too and try to drop that link because I think I can. Yeah, she has military ties, like her husband and her son are both Marines. So she does put out really good information. She's not a shock jock type of girl. She's in Florida.
I really like her. Thank you for hooking up with her.
Yeah, of course. Oh, let's see.
Because she just kind of talks for a minute and then it's just clips. And whoa, she really gets them.
Yeah. She's very good. I like her a lot. She's been sharing a lot of stuff out of Syria, which you're not seeing a lot anywhere else. Like really heartbreaking stuff too.
Dang it.
Yeah. But yeah, that, you know what, you might want to share that sometime, if not tonight, but I'm definitely going to share about it. I mean, those idiots are out here. They're marching all F Trump and free Palestine. And, you know, this college out here, they ain't learning from Columbia. Didn't they just arrest some guy in Columbia?
Well, none of that. Columbia lost their federal funding.
Oh, good. We're hoping that our university will too, and then they can shut it down. That would be nice.
Well, look at all the people from all over that they do all these atrocious things and they release them without bail, no warning or anything. But yet that farmer in Texas, and that he protects his property, and he's getting the book thrown at him for that. That ain't right.
No. And that surprises me. Is that recent?
That was a while back. I always remember that because the people from all over they were there, and he was protecting his property, and he's still in court going through all the BS, which that's what it is. It's BS. He's an American citizen, and yet he's getting the book thrown at him. All these other people can do whatever they want, and it's not right.
I'm surprised Cruz and a couple of them haven't stepped in.
Don't they all look so happy and proud? That's more than 6 or 7 of them. They got the crescent moon right there. They're really excited about making Patterson, New Jersey a Muslim town. They're super stoked. This guy got real excitable. He looks like a sheik or something. You got law enforcement, you got mayors, they're all pumped. So Ramadan, they're excited. Ramadan's coming up. Bless their month of Ramadan. I mean, you guys, yeah. Because he believes that Ramadan is the month of the revelation. The Quran was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad. I mean, it goes on and on about their religion.
Oh, I know who that is. I'm subscribed to her. It's Autumn's Backyard Garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay. All right, thanks.
Yep, you're welcome. I'll drop this one. This one was called FYI for everyone. So,
and that's Timcast. He was saying today, 85% of America is for Israel, and they have the Muslim. Isn't that what they go by? Or what? No, he was given. Well, he gave them half and half. He said it's half Christian, half Muslim. I think.
Oh, and here's another fun one. So when I was looking up Patterson, New Jersey on BitChute just to see, and there's some stuff there too. I guess it's like one of those Mandela effects. It used to be spelt with one or two T's. They were showing all the old road signs and there was two T's in it, but now there's one T. Oh, and something else somebody told me that little birdie told me something that might be of significance. If so, you know how cursive is a big, they stopped teaching cursive and our constitution's written in cursive and all this. A lot of our older stuff is written in cursive. Well, apparently, maybe, this is what my friend told me, some of the old,
excuse me,
it's not old ways, but to watch for things, watch for more cursive. So like the press conference with Gene Hackman, that sheriff's office, when you watch their press conference, the whole front of their podium, everything was written in cursive. It doesn't seem like a big deal, doesn't make really sense to me at all, but that may be something to just be taken note of if you're seeing more cursive coming out in especially like government agencies. That may be an indicator that they are pivoting towards proper constitutional law. I don't know. Yeah. That might be, I'm adding some words, but that was what I was getting. And I was like, well, you know, it really doesn't matter in BFD, and I don't care. I was super bratty about it. It's like, it's not enough. It's not enough. You know, I need more. I need more stuff.
And then most kids can't even read a regular clock. It's all digital.
No.
They can't read a regular clock. And the speaking of the Mandela thing, the thing that got me the most was the JFK thing, because I always remember there was only 4 people in the car, not 6.
6? They're saying there's 6 was in the car? I only saw the driver and the couple in the back, I thought.
Bonnie, if you could pull up a pic of the JFK thing, you're going to see there's 6 people in the car now instead of 4.
Let me look.
It messed me up.
Sorry to laugh, but I'll be right back.
Sorry about my dog, the deer in the backyard again. Dang it.
Wait, let me get it to the car.
Oh, you know what else was on that thing about Stonehenge? I was going to say. There's some guy that was in the Netherlands or something, and he was 26, and his bride-to-be was 16, and she pulled out. And he moved to Florida, and he built a castle at night, and he used an A-frame. And another guy used that, after him, and they found they could move tons of stone the stone weight into tons. And part of its movement moved it. But the only thing they hadn't figured out is to lift it, which comes up with Stonehenge, which the stones came from Wales. They moved, the civilization moved. So it's very interesting that an A-frame fulcrum can move tons of stone, a very heavy stone, that weight. It's a very interesting video.
And well, this is going to show the assassination. We don't want to do that. Do we?
Well, he built the castle by himself, and he used stones that weighed a ton and more. So, I don't know. Just a thought. Maybe they can move 30-ton stones.
Well, it's like that Coral Castle down in Florida, where that guy from, I think it was the 50s and 60s, he had this technology where he could move. He only did it at night, and they had this 10-story door, and it weighs so many tons, and you can just touch it, and it'll open up. And of course, when he passed away, they went in there and took most of the technology, and that we ain't gonna see any of that.
No.
See 6 people instead of 4.
But it wasn't just Stonehenge. Like, how do you move that weight? And they mentioned this guy, that 16-year-old, stood him up, and he went to Florida. He built this huge castle, and he only worked at night. And he used an A-fulcrum, moved all the stone himself. It was an interesting, little bit of trivia.
You see the pic, she showed the pic with the 6 people instead of the 4.
But anyway.
Yeah, that's wild. Let me see.
That messed me up when I saw that. I'm like, what? I'm like, no, there was only 4, now there's 6.
Huh.
I never really looked at the footage.
No. Let's see. What a trip, huh? I don't know. I don't Mandela stuff. I don't really know.
Cynthia wants your channel link.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Thank you. I'm getting it, darling. I just started another class. Well, I've done 2. I've done 2. The Making of America. I had some asshole.
Just your link.
Oh, thank you so much. I had some asshole in it last time saying everything you're saying is a lie. Everything you're doing is stupid. I was like, fuck you, go away. Don't bring me down right now, man. This is hard enough.
Good to see you, Nana.
I'm not going to say who it was because I'm not giving them no attention. What's up, Nunya? Texas on the back 20. Weren't you on the back 40 before? You changed your name.
No, it was the back 20.
Always?
Yeah. Blackwatch, can you see this?
No, I figured it out. I use
nice.
I tried 4 extensions in Chrome, didn't work. I used Firefox extension. StreamYard can't process the extension like YouTube does. Long story short, to put the black skin across StreamYard.
Well, this is a Stonehenge in Texas.
Yeah, they said there's a number of them around the world.
Yeah.
Like I say, what you see on StreamYard just it can't process it. Puts a black skin over the whole thing. No, it won't process. That's what I figured out. StreamYard can't handle it.
All that stuff's all connected too with the obelisks and everything, and the pyramids. They're all covered with all the ley lines across the whole world.
That's 420. Just switched to this channel.
Oh, that's right. It is 420. I remember he has an alternate channel now. And yeah, Nunya, I just drove up on that one time and I was like, wait, what was that? I just drove by, turned around. We had to get out and take pictures and look at it because I didn't expect that. It's like kind of in the middle of nowhere.
What was it? A monolith or something?
The mini Stonehenge in
Oh,
Texas.
oh, huh.
And
There's so much. Wow.
It's by the Alto Frio. Is that the river? Frio River. We used to have a river house close to
You're
there.
asking a bunch of people that don't live in Texas. You're asking a bunch of people that don't live in Texas. Oh, they don't. Oh, you do have a Texan in
Frio
here.
River. Yes, he's from Texas.
That's who you're asking, not me. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I got it.
But is the one in Texas aligned to pick up the two solstices, winter and summer solstice? Is it lined that way?
I'm not sure.
I don't think it could be. But I don't know.
It's a replica. Oh, Nunya said no.
No, I don't think it. I don't. That's the whole point of Stonehenge, the solstice. Shortest day and the longest day of the winter, and it aligns through almost a window in the stone to the sun at that exact time.
Yeah.
I'll have to look that up.
And in America, we say process because the O isn't long for process. But you Canadians always say process. That's how I know you're Canadian when you say
process. Tomatoes, potatoes.
He probably says pecan too.
Probably. Probably. They were talking about language stuff tonight.
We don't follow everything.
Some of you school teachers are like Nazis, get over it. Some people don't know how to spell, okay?
If
you don't know how to spell.
You guys
I don't know how to spell.
I finally figured out what you guys do with all the U's that you draw. You ever look if you ever look at the side of a taco, it's a U. So you use all those U's to bake your tacos. I finally figured it out.
Where do we drop
favorite? You drop the U. Remember, you drop the U. Honor, you drop the U. You drop U's all over the place.
Honor.
Favorite don't have U in it.
Honor don't either. And neither does color.
Favorite. For. F-O-U-R. Yes, it does.
Oh, the number 4?
Favorite. It's the same type of thing. It's got a U in it.
How about color? Sometimes there's a U in it. Sometimes there ain't.
There's no U in polar.
It depends on how you're using the word. Same with honor.
F-O. I don't know. Whatever.
4 is 2 different words.
Well, we don't follow England. English people say a cooker. A cooker. We say cooker. A cooker. It's used to cook. Cooker. They say cooker.
The favorite is with a V, not an F.
Well, still, anyway, we don't follow the English all the time.
You guys are just fucking me up because I'm still trying to figure out why fridge has a D in it and refrigerate doesn't.
In Canada?
Anywhere.
Oh.
They say the English language is the hardest to learn.
Because it's so messed up. It's so messed up.
You know, the one word they'll always have in a spelling test. The one word they'll always have in a spelling test that trips most of the kids up. Resuscitate. Spell it.
Oh, that's a terrible word.
They'll screw it up every time because they don't enunciate, resuscitate. Yeah.
How many S's? How many C's? Resuscitate. I would think 2 S's in the beginning.
No, it has a U. Everybody's going to put an E. Recess. That's not it. It's resuscitate.
Well, it's an E first. R-E.
No, but the is an E or a U. It's a U. And it screws the kids up because they don't pronounce it correctly.
I agree with that.
Honor graduate, his honor. But you see, language is for the purpose of communicating with each other, not like one-upping each other and be like, I know how to spell and you don't. You're stupid.
No, but in this, so you ever watch a spelling bee? You know, the kids up there and it's the honor. They're going to put resuscitate in there. I guarantee it.
Probably.
You know, because you
Probably.
Probably. That seems to be the way. But anyway.
I agree with Jake. Y'all's is messed up. Texas language is fun.
Yeah, I agree. I like Texas language. Even the damn AI doesn't know what the hell to do. And like 2, we have 3 different words for 2. There's another one.
There.
Read. Were. Or no. Was it were? Yeah, were.
Yes.
There's a lot of them.
And then you have a night and a knight.
Oh, yes. Gnostic with a G and some other dumb words with a G in the beginning. You're like, what the fuck? Who decided to put a G in front of here or a K that's quiet? We'll just put it in there. Shh.
For knife.
Yeah. Or Neil, you know.
Like you send your kids to school and they teach them the school. I don't get it.
Seriously.
I was telling Bonnie you ought to try.
Okay, and another thing, you drive in a parkway, but you park in a driveway. That's just stupid.
Yeah, that is stupid. Now he's back. You're messing me up, Boris.
You're listening to Siri too much.
Yeah.
My daughter was so into that on that trip, and
oh yeah,
he was like, turn left into the car park, and I'm like, car park? What's that?
Yeah, no, my husband's embraced the AI for sure and has full on conversations with the AI and just like gives him all his information. Help me formulate my thoughts. Just like,
what got me is whenever it said, we'll talk about these life lessons later. And I was like, an AI is going to give you life lessons? Really?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
I'm with you. Yeah, it's like, it scares me. I'm like, no, you shouldn't be that intimate with the AI. It's like not good.
Yeah, because she was like, you're pissing me off. And he goes, I can't remember how he said it. I was live when this was going on. So it's in one of those videos on the trip. But
oh, because her Siri was a man, of course, right?
Yes.
She's one of those women. She like, I need a man to boss around and let me tell what to do. He's going to tell me what to do. It's funny. Most have the opposite sex for their Siri, I've noticed.
Yep. And they can change the accent. Well, it supposedly changes the accent. I couldn't tell any difference.
Oh, yeah. My daughter has the British guy. She likes the Brit.
Yep.
The Aussie's too hard to understand, though. No offense, Australia, mate. But it's hard.
You know, Bonnie, I told you about not his real name, Henry Crinkle. He is a scientist in this UK. And he had this, what do you call him, Jeff, an AI. But it answers the questions by scraping servers, then storing a bit of it. I told you about this animator. See? He has an AI called Nova. And Broke Fish put up this song that's AI generated. It's really good. So I was talking to Z today before you came on, and with Ron, and he says Nova decided on her own to write that song. He said she did it on her own, the AI. He said, "Why did you write him a song?" Because I thought he wanted a song. He needed a song. So you thought, you're talking to the stupid thing, which is far ahead of the guy in UK.
Yep.
He estimated, I don't know, 100 and something terabyte of memory this thing has. He rents a server for it, for a year. It's really incredible, really. It's not it's not like sci-fi, but it's, interesting.
To me, it's like sci-fi. Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change. Stephen Hawking.
I was going to say that.
That was actually published on a full page in the New Yorker in 1962.
Wow. My gosh. 65 years ago. I wasn't even born in 1962.
Me neither.
No, you weren't. That's right. None of us were we?
Oh, yes, I were.
Oh, you were. You're the old man here, huh?
Well, that's because you're old.
So they tell me. I didn't want any part of it.
You had no choice in the matter, right? You had no choice in the matter.
I told you I watched the moon landing if it happened on TV, and I watched the assassination on television. Which
Bonnie's quiet. Bonnie's quiet.
I'm just listening to y'all. That AI is BS. It's just
somebody programmed it, right?
Yes, but people are dependent on it too much. I think it's going to be detrimental in the end. I don't see any good coming out of it.
It's like they showed us all this in the beginning anyway with the original Star Trek. Look at the tricorders and all that stuff, and then all the movies and everything too. And yeah, if we keep getting too comfortable with the AI and everything, unless it's the goes the way of the Terminator, we're all gonna end up like remember the movie WALL-E with the people up in that spacecraft where they were so
dependent. Whoa, they're all sitting back in their laid back recliners, just going around on a conveyor belt. Yeah. Well, PG&E did an update today on our electricity, and in the article it said something about coordinating with AI, and I'm just like, oh great. So then they can blame shit on AI. That's what they're gonna do, is like, set things up in a automatic system, and then but still somebody is programming all that. So
yeah,
but the 2003 East Coast blackout, they shut down 6 AIs and that caused it. So there you go.
I remember exactly where I was when that happened, I just got off of work that day, and the stores ended up having a really big discount on ice cream.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, yeah, they had to get rid of it because
I know, we had to take everything out of there. My mom said to me, "How long do you think the power will be out?" I says, 3 minutes, 3 hours, 3 days. I had no clue it was going to go for weeks.
See, and that's the scary thing about if there's an EMP or something like that. It's not going to be like back then. Now everybody has a cell phone and everything, and the power goes out. Like, oh, I'll just go on my cell phone, and they'll turn it on, and it won't come on, and they'll say I just charged this. How come it's not coming on? And that's when the panic's going to set in. Like, yeah, so everybody will know by then, but I don't know. They say our grid's really, really bad.
Well, they're using advanced AI now to keep it running. Nothing's happened for what, 20 some odd years, 22 years? Still working. Problem was they shunted it into 3 lines with 386 kilovolts. Got so hot in that weather, the wires sagged and hit trees. Boom, there it's gone. AI would have prevented that. But anyway.
Remember this?
They shut down 6 AIs. Headquarters, the alarms were going off at the Ohio switching station. Head office didn't know about it. So they started to shift the power. And they shifted it to the wrong lines manually.
I remember when that was first broadcast, people actually really thought it was an invasion.
Yes, listen.
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmoth Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. We now return you to Carl Phillips at Grover's Mill.
Ladies and gentlemen, am I on? Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, back of a stone wall that adjoins Mr. Wilmer's garden. From here, I get a sweep of the whole scene. I'll give you every detail as long as I can talk and as long as I can see. More state police have arrived. They're drawing up a cordon in front of the pit.
I'm probably going to get in trouble for this, aren't I?
Yeah, I want to play the whole thing. You don't want to get it in trouble.
And everybody believed it. So if you have this AI thing that's telling you something, how many people are going to believe it? And like Jake said, it's not us, it's the kids, and they're already into it.
Yeah, because we're the generation that grew up. We grew up without the internet, and we grew into the internet. And look at the ones that grew up with the internet, and they're dependent on that.
Yes. Everything is at the click of a button, or the request of a machine.
Right, but the generation that grew up with the internet, they're millennials. Do you know why they called them millennials?
Why?
Because it takes 1,000 years to get a move out of your fucking house.
Excuse me. Well, I don't want to move out of the house. I think we kind of need to group together anyway.
Well, someone needs to take care of them.
Well, it's kind of the other way around. Mine, she has to help me with a lot of stuff, especially if it's lifting, and she's really good at it. She's a beast.
Bonnie, it was just a joke, Bonnie.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just saying, not all kids are gone. Hang on to the ones you got.
Well, I have one millennial nephew that's doing really good. He's got himself a really good job. He owns 4 houses that he leases out. And the other one, I think he just turned 30 or something, and he just moved out of his mom's house.
But was it beneficial to her for him to be there?
No, he moved out because her internet speed was too slow because she downgraded it.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
And
Well,
my sister thought I was kidding when I said just get the cheapest internet speed, and Sean will end up leaving in a month, and I was right.
Oh, shit. Oh, he's
well,
that kind of guy, huh?
Oh yeah.
Jeez. Goodbye.
the way the economy is now and everything, um, my daughter and I live together because that's how we afford to have this home. If she finds somebody that's ever good enough for her and gets married, moves out, whatever, or decides to move out on her own, um, I gotta sell
Mm.
or get some roommates. And even then, I see how many people who need that people can't afford to live on their own anymore. A lot of people.
No.
Not everybody. I know there's some that invested well or had really good jobs or, you know, but a lot of people have depended on inheriting property and, um, stuff like that. We didn't have that until just recently. So, I don't know. Just things are different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awful because back in the day, in the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you could have a one person working a job and supporting a whole family, having a house, a
Yes.
car, the American dream. Now,
Mhm.
all those companies, they ended up taking away all the benefits, the dental, all that stuff, taking everything away, cutting the
Yeah.
hours, doing all this stuff, and now people have to get 4 to 5, unfortunately, 4 to 5 jobs just to make ends meet, and that they're barely doing that, and they got no benefits at all or anything with that.
Oh, that's a soft gentleman there, isn't that? Stealing tree. Damn. He worked with a young guy on another job. He told me he didn't want to use a grinder because they make his hands hurt, and his hands hurt enough because he plays video games all the time. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't even know how to
Dang.
not react in a very rude way if somebody
Right.
said that to me. I'd just be like, you fucking
And
kidding me?
Cindy's right.
God.
Most cultures live multi-generational. Only the US or Western cultures leave home. And that is true. They used to didn't push their kids to move out on their own. But also at the same time, what Mike is saying is true too. That was my grandparents. My grandfather was working. My grandmother stayed at home and took care of the home. And they were able to buy a new car about every 5 years. In the end, when they first started, they didn't have a car at all. They had a bicycle each. And they had 2 children. They'd put each one on the back of the bicycle somehow. And that's how they rode around town. That was in San Antonio.
Yeah, they put the kid on the back of the bike with duct tape.
Not with duct tape.
Or Velcro.
Yeah. I mean, I'm annoyed in Humboldt County because these people think green energy is the electric everything and the wind turbines and all that bullshit. And it's like, you know what? You let them take away all our trail rides where so many of us have horses that we could get around on really easily if they didn't fuck up all our roads. And also sailing around or getting around by boat and stuff. Like you see old photos of like I just seen one in front of the Chicago Field Museum, and it was all water in front of there because there was canals around in lots of our towns that are no more. And we had real green energy with horseback riding, with sailing or rowing or whatever on a boat. And that was the other one. Well, of course, bicycle. We can still get around on a bicycle, but damn, the way they're going, they may fuck that up too.
Yeah.
There's electric bicycles that are very popular.
Oh yeah, all the people that have DUIs get them. They do around here.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that. That's a good idea.
Wouldn't you say horses are real green energy? I think horses are green energy. Sailing is green energy. I mean, I get it. Believe me, I get it. It's all bullshit. I live in green energy capital of the world.
Is the natural way.
Yeah, and with the electric cars, they're trying to the electric cars they're trying to push on everybody. Number one is we don't have the infrastructure for that, and number two is those things don't work in cold weather. They don't.
And number three, they use too much petroleum products to build the thing than what a regular car uses to just drive it around.
Yes. And there's something about towing them. You can't get them towed or something.
Those things are so heavy because of the lithium battery, and they have to have a special tow truck come and get them. And the other thing is, if the battery catches on fire, the local fire department can't put that out because of the chemicals in that. I don't know how they put it out, but it's bad when that happens.
They're horrible.
Yep.
Absolutely horrible. And then of course the way they're mined and all of that.
Yeah.
And to get them over on I think to transport them from China to here, don't they be riding them on big old cargo ships that take diesel fuel?
And that's what Jake is saying. Electric is built by petroleum.
Yeah.
Mine lithium with electric equipment.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what people don't realize is you still need the grassroots machinery, vehicles, and everything to do what needs to be done to have power to your home. Or
well, the next time somebody says something about we got to have this green energy and safe energy and that, and just look at them and say, you got a cell phone, right? That's made with petroleum byproducts.
Plastic is petroleum. Every plastic is petroleum.
Right.
Yeah.
But first you have to find out if you're dealing with a reasonable person who actually wants to deal with facts, because most people don't. They're stupid.
Yep.
Well, like in my area, they tried to bring in one of them solar farms, and I showed them actual proof and evidence that a solar panel, whenever it's out of commission, it's done working, is more hazardous to the environment than asbestos.
Wow, really?
That's good.
Yeah.
That's insane. Is that, well, I'm not going to ask if it's true, because of course it's true, or you wouldn't be sharing it. Oh, so guess what?
Well, a lot of the study was actually done at U of M. You can get it right off of their website.
Okay, Michigan.
Yep.
So in Humboldt County, they published this week that they didn't do it right away, but Trump said that the wind turbines were dead. They're just dead. He wasn't going to allow them to go on. Okay. So Humboldt was still talking about it for a good week or so, but then finally last week they were like, that's it. What did they say? Oh, Gone with the Wind. That was their title they used for that. And I bore down into it, and it turned out they haven't given up on it completely. But guess how many people have been laid off for this project here in Humboldt County for our offshore wind project? 100 people are laid off. They haven't done shit yet, but somehow 100 people are now without a job. I mean, they were probably going to get a turbine in the ocean for at least another 5 years. How many damn engineers they got working on this stuff? And they're not even all laid off yet. They're not even all laid off yet.
It's like in Texas where they're building all those energy buildings and everything. And there was this one area where they were spending multi-millions of dollars and everything, and they built it, and they were digging down, and then they end up stopping and abandoning the project. What did they find? Why did they stop doing their work?
That happens over and over and over again. All you have to do is look up Solyndra. That shit broke. Solyndra went bankrupt 2 days after Obama gave him $500 million. I used to drive by it all the time on the 101 down by San Francisco. Like, oh, there's that building they never did shit with. Some grifters got $500 million. Obama gave them a loan, and then they filed for bankruptcy. 2 days later. That shit happened.
How much money did Obama get?
Who knows?
Oh, did I say that out loud? Sorry.
You did.
Jake, I was wondering what's in Abilene because Trump keeps going to Abilene. And I'm like, there's nothing in Abilene. Why would he go to Abilene, Texas? First AI data center.
I was going to say there's another well-known American that went bankrupt, 5 or 6 times. What was his name? Oh, Trump. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you talking shit about Trump again? What'd you say?
I'm just talking truth.
What did you say, though?
I went bankrupt the next day. That's chapter 11. What are you going to do? They all use it.
I don't really care. You're from Canada. I don't care what you think about Trump. It doesn't matter.
I don't really care what he thinks. I don't care what he thinks about Justin or.
Yeah, I know you don't. So whatever.
I don't. I really don't.
I really don't either. Love you too, Nod.
And where did the Trump fortune start from?
His father.
No.
With rentals.
His grandfather.
Oh, grandfather, father, whatever. Renting stuff in New York.
Well, he was chasing around all the big gold digs, and he opened up brothels, and that's how the Trump made their fortune.
Yeah, that sounds about right, too. That's why you use $2 bills. Is that what he gave him on his 18th birthday? $500,000 $2 bill. Just saying.
That ain't even worth it. My hope ain't in Trump, so I don't sit here and argue about Trump.
No.
I don't give a shit. I do my own shit. I ain't sitting there going, Trump's going to save America. Americans better get up and save America.
That I go along with.
Speaking of Rothschild and the Rockefellers, you'll remember David Rockefeller, right?
Oh, sure.
I think he was 105 years old, and that dude had, I think it was 5 or 7 heart transplants. Now, do you think he was on the list for heart transplants? No, he got them some other way.
You know something, you talk about the wind farms. I got a little story to show. We all know how CEOs and all that get paid, vice presidents. They don't get the job like we do. Well, de Havilland hired this white South African guy, Kingsley Chatton, as vice president of IT. And he got a free condominium, IBM's yacht on Toronto Harbor. And we couldn't sell spare parts. Nothing. And I enrolled 4 banks of memory for mainframe computers. And I'm looking like, how the hell are we going to rent this, pay for it? Turns out he was the only one that signed. Company said to IBM, we can't do this, cancel it. They said, no problem, $8 million for the next 4 years. Cost, and they didn't even install it, $48 million. Point is, he went to a California wind farm as a CEO. You cost the company $48 million and you get a job the next week at a wind farm in California as a CEO. That's how these people operate.
Excuse
And
me.
you tripped over and cracked the glass. That's on your record as an employee. He smashed a $1,000 window. This guy loses $48 million, and he gets another job as a CEO. Talk about another world. And I had an argument with him too. It's the way the world goes round.
Well, when I went to East Texas, I saw those turbines. They were everywhere. I did some shorts of them. I thought they were only up around Abilene. Somewhere up there was the only wind farm. But there's more than I thought there were.
You know what he reminded me of? Remember Mel Gibson? I think it's Lethal Weapon or something. And he's on a ship. And that house on stilts with the guy saying diplomatic immunity. That was exactly the attitude of this guy. You saw that movie. Taco Tugcast.
Big Mike's podcast. Yeah, I heard it flopped. No one gives a shit about Big Mike. I heard the comments were so brutal that they ain't never going to be able to go live unless they turn the comments off, like Humboldt County does with all their stuff they put out. Comments are turned off. No live chats at all. We can't have dialogue here. We've got to keep it just one way for you. Take our information.
You mean the political sites are all the same? Up here too. You can't comment. It's not live. But it is live, but you can't comment.
Right. Yeah.
And I got nailed for comments, and I think it came from when I commented on the video. It just went away in the last month. Every time I went around 8 in the morning, we have found that you put such and such comments, they don't tell you which one. If you continue to leave such comments, you may be basically barred from YouTube.
Jeez.
And they weren't nasty. They were just my opinion on things.
It's Gestapo.
So I stopped.
Yeah. I wrote Gestapo one time on Facebook as a comment. They immediately removed it and flagged me. I mean, I couldn't talk on Facebook at all anymore. I couldn't say anything I wanted to really say. They were like, bitch, you're out of here. You are way too much for
Gestapo. I can't imagine why.
Oh, you know why. You were my Facebook friend. You saw my stuff.
Oh wow, it's almost 6 o'clock. All right, I gotta get going here. Bonnie, thank you for having me up. You'll have a great Friday and a wonderful weekend, and God bless.
It was nice hanging with you, Mike. Bye.
Bye.
Have a great day. Bye.
Bye.
You know what one of them was? The Premier is going to open 8,500 outlets for wine and beer. I don't think it's done yet. So I put, I can't even afford the Snicker bars. How am I going to afford the beer? It was gone.
Wow.
Whatever.
You never posted anything on Facebook. I was all out there everywhere during COVID, man. I was telling everybody what I thought about everything. You don't like it? You can defriend me.
I wasn't until my friend that was a nurse said that if we didn't have the juice, that she would just let you die. Just whatever.
Yeah, wow. So gnarly.
I was
so
like,
gnarly.
What happened to that oath you took? That really
Hippocratic.
Well,
I know it's hours later, but Bonnie, you did very well on that video.
Yeah, she did. She did good.
Thank you.
You did.
I don't know how you got through it. I would have had a hard time.
It was.
Yeah.
And I missed the first 38 minutes because of the stupid notification. Anyway, that was quite the song at the beginning.
Yeah.
Killing trees. So tell me, is the reason why you never posted on Facebook and you only chat with a few friends and use Marketplace because why? Tell me why. Tell me why you're so much better than those of us that use Facebook. I want to know. Please just say it. Just be honest. You know it's a 3-letter agency data holding. We all know it is. We still use it anyway. And I'm just teasing you. Don't get all bent out of shape.
I'm not.
I'm not talking to you, Black Watch.
No, there was a big pause.
The only reason I have it is because I have friends and family all over the world. And
all
so
over the world. Sorry.
That's the best way to get family news out to them. But I also do post things of interest that I want to see what the response will be. Because that's kind of how you get to know your community also.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, in Marketplace.
I think she used it for what theoretically it was intended for, just what you said.
Yeah.
But if you look at why it started, how Zuckerberg and his buddies started it, wouldn't amaze you why they're going after them, you know, for basically to get predators off of Facebook. Now you know why. They used it to rape girls in college. Just saying.
Family's responsibility. That's where we went off kilter. Thank you, Kim.
Oh, I saw it. You honestly just don't give a fuck. I saw it. Well, that's a good answer. That's appropriate. I'll accept it. And I relate to it too. Very much so.
I understand that, Jake. I am trying to find a Class C motorhome because
Class C. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
For one, if I get a male roommate, he can live in it. Or if I take a trip, a place to stay every night is expensive.
Yeah.
In that way, I can cook my own food and not have to worry about fast food or anything like that, which I don't anyway. I carry my food with me. And so I have to get a bed and breakfast if I need to cook a meal.
So what is Class C rated at? Gross vehicle weight? Certain limitations on?
It's a smaller yeah.
It makes sense.
But you wouldn't get an RV like a motorhome, would you?
It's got to be drivable, whatever I get.
See, I would say don't do that. I'd say get a truck and a trailer, or make your truck out to be tricked out.
Have you ever done a truck and a trailer? That's a lot of work.
Yeah, I've done a truck and a pop-up tent trailer, which is a lot more work than just a trailer. And I've had a Dolphin camper. I've had both of them. And the Dolphin camper, we put in 3 damn starters, and they're always needing work. And you have to maintain a whole nother vehicle and register it. And I just advise against it. I would just get a trailer that's easy to pull, or a cab over camper would be ideal for you.
I just looked at one, but
did you?
I thought the truck came with it, but it doesn't, and I don't have a truck.
Right. And
I would love to have a bus, Jake. That would be awesome. Or a VW camper van, even.
They break down all the time too. Unless it's one of them Mercedes $200,000 vans, you know.
Yeah, no, I can't afford that.
There's a guy we used to call Steve from Arizona, but he moves around like a nomad. But he has one of those, it's not a small school bus, but the two of them live in there quite, it's not an RV, but, he's got quite a lot of stuff in there. He's always on the road. So,
I saw the nicest camper shell that someone built yesterday, all wood. Well, he didn't build it, he paid for it, but it was super sweet. It was really well done. Just went in the back of a truck. You know what the best one I've seen too is some lady took a cargo trailer, which was only like $7,000, and she fully tricked that out. I mean, you're already have an enclosed space. And you can even put a window in that, but it's real safe because that's the other thing. The pop-up tent trailer was just fabric, and one time we left our keys in it, and I saw my husband just took his little hand and put it inside the fabric and opened the door. I'm like, shit, I didn't even think about that.
You thought you were safe.
I thought I was safe. I felt safe at my little fiberglass canvas walls, but we had two different pop-up. Yeah, Queen Pimp Mobile.
What are you saying, Eric?
Gotta be pink. Got to be pink.
I'll tell you.
Ideas. Yes.
I'll tell you one thing to stay away from: the fifth wheel idea. The shop ran a 2-car trailer, and then it's a Ford 350 turbo. The cost on those vehicles to go on a road trip, oh man! You had to do electric brakes all the time, and the rear end went. The ring gear went in the dually. It's a good thing the guy did it at the shop rather than pay a dealer. It's a ridiculous amount of money, and it was a diesel. So, I don't know. That was in the 90s.
Well, I don't care what size it is, as long as it has a place to lay down, a potty with a shower would be nice.
Yeah.
A hot plate. Is that all I need?
Then you just need a teardrop. You ever see those teardrops? You can pull it
no.
apart.
Little pods you can't even stand up in. No.
Freaking cool, man.
No.
They're way cool. I think they're great. Well, because they're solid. A lot of times they're solid, either solid wood or solid steel. But yeah, the RVs are romantic ideas with expensive maintenance. Get a tiny home on wheels. They really are. I just see them broke down so much, and they're just parts and shit like that. It's just
Remember in the 50s and 60s, what was the aluminum one? Airstream trailers?
Yeah, those are nice. Those are real nice.
Some
Airstreams are still cha-ching. You even got an old one. You're talking.
Yeah.
Boo-goo.
Those are the best, though. We had a warehouse that would, they would remodel them, refurbish them.
Oh, nice. What about just a van, Bonnie? What about just a van? Like
That's what I'm saying. I would be happy with a van as long as I can plug in a hot plate. It's got to have potty, shower.
You can get a potty it's a 5-gallon bucket with a toilet seat on it. That can be your potty.
I know.
That'd be fine. And that'd be better than having a shitter in your traveling vehicle. Believe me, it wasn't pleasant with the Dolphin Pepper when we had to dump it. And we didn't get to dump it. We had to sleep in it. They're gross. They really are. They're gross.
Yeah.
But they're very convenient, but
that's what I found out about a Cessna. Did y'all know that? Okay, they don't have potties in a Cessna.
Cessna.
So guess what you do?
What is a Cessna?
Like a 4-seated airplane.
Oh yeah. Well, duh. Where would it be anyway? It's like, no, stop it. That fucking ugly thumbnail.
I hate to tell you, Bonnie, you got to pick up a 727, 37, 40, 757, and 7 on a potty.
Yeah.
Come with it.
They got to be a lot bigger, sweetie pie. Anyway.
Or just 7 or 8.
Were we boring you there, Carpenter? What's up, Carpenter? Meant to say hi to you.
Oh my goodness, Eric. I am not repeating that. And I'm not highlighting it.
Yeah, I just thought of something you could do what the astronauts did in the space station. You build a vacuum system. There's your potty. Just out into space.
You potty before you fly.
Yeah, you potty before you fly. That's right.
Well, I don't fly, and so I would think that a potty would probably be necessary.
You don't fly? You've never flown or what?
I did. I flew one time. I was supposed to go to California. I flew from San Antonio to Dallas, and I rode a bus back home.
Excuse me. You were like, oh, no, I don't want to fly again.
I think she just changes terminals. I'll go over there. Fly me over to the next terminal.
Yeah. Everyone thought I was going to die. You know, their little air vents, they had them all pointed at me. I was sweating bullets. It was like.
Are you hyperventilating?
I was everything. Everything you can think of. It was me. And
was it all fear? Was it all fear?
Yes. And then when you get to Dallas, you hit turbulence. And it's like hitting a brick wall. And I said, that's it. That's it. When I get on the ground, I am staying on the ground. This ain't happening ever again.
We had to land into Vegas one time. We did a red-eye flight. It was like 3:00 in the morning. I had 2 little kids. And when you're coming into Vegas from California, I guess you got to do this really big wide turn where it feels like the plane is going to just like,
oh, heck no.
Like this at some point, you know. I was so scared. I was shaking. I was hyperventilating. Because I was sleep deprived too. So that was making my fear even more intense. I got off that plane. I had to get me a cigarette and a drink. I was like, oh my gosh, thought I was gonna die. And I had quit smoking for years, but I needed a cigarette that night.
Can I drink and smoke in the toilet? I want to go in the toilet.
In the bar. That was in 1999 or something like that. Not too long after you could practically smoke on an airplane.
Yes.
I remember when you could smoke on an airplane because my mother was constantly chain smoking.
I do too. Or I remember smoking in the hospital.
Right? Good night, Eric.
You could smoke in a hospital here in 1977. I remember it well, but I did not light up.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that story.
Okay, in the early 80s, I flew. I was like 15 years old, and I was enjoying my cigarette, and I got a beer.
Wow.
Right. They bring you
in
drinks.
America, right?
Yeah.
Our country sucks now, doesn't it? Damn, it was so much more fun back then. So much more fun.
The way the planes are dropping out of the sky, I wouldn't get in one now for nothing, even if I could fly.
I would.
Okay. One, I can't smoke, so I don't go.
Yep. There you go.
Okay, if I want to go to Vegas, I know for a fact it's 33 and a half hours from where I live.
Wow. Hey,
Yes.
do you have some kind of RV or trailer to travel in?
A what?
An RV or trailer to travel in?
Recreation vehicle.
I don't own any vehicles. Those are all commercial.
I see.
Do you have something you could sleep in whenever you travel?
Yeah,
Do you
I got my
carry a
van.
tent?
You got a van?
Okay.
Vans
Yeah,
are good.
1976 short body Ford van, and it's got a bed in it, and a fridge, and a little hot plate.
See, there you go, Bonnie. Is that an
See?
Ecoline? Is it an Ecoline van?
Yeah, it's an early kind of line.
See,
Yeah.
I could handle that because I've seen the portable showers
Mhm.
that you can just
Yep.
pop open with your 5-gallon, what do you call it?
Bucket.
No, the 5-gallon,
Oh, water container.
it's a bladder, right?
Something like
Right.
that.
Or you could just stop at a truck stop and pay $12 and do a shower.
Yeah. Or sometimes it's even just coins, like a couple bucks
Hello,
at
Oz.
a state park.
Yeah, that's true too.
But a van seems like the best idea because
Yes.
a truck would be, you still have to get out and get in it. Like as far as just being a woman and traveling alone, I would feel better just having a van and just staying in the van and not really,
Yep,
you know what I mean, having to go in and out and around. But
I agree. So D-Dog's gonna send me a picture of this thing and what it is.
oh,
Right?
is it? Is it?
Yes.
I am?
Yes, please.
Okay, it's a short body van, so it's like the original minivan, even though it's full size, it's just short.
But it
Yeah.
fits you and you're taller than me.
Yeah. I
We've
can't
been up
stand
all
up
night.
in it.
No, you can't stand up in those. Yeah. We had one. My mom had one with my stepdad, and it got repoed, I remember. But it was cool because the back of it was like this. It was like a 70s pimpin' living room, man. It had a full on couch that was like a U shape with the table, and that turned into a bed. And that's all I really remember from it. And then 2 captain chairs. I don't remember there being any more chairs in it. We sat in the back. My sister and I just hung out in the back like on a couch. I doubt we were even seat buckled in half the time we were driving around that thing. I'm sure we weren't, but that was a cool van. That was a short. I have a picture of that van somewhere. The outside of it had this really cool like nature scene on it too. It was like mural type. It was a really cool van. It'd be something if I still had that thing. Oh my gosh. My brother-in-law had a short van. Yeah.
And I got the old 70s teardrop little window that I put in the back corners.
Oh yeah. On the sides.
Yep.
Nice.
I don't know if that's how that song goes, but that's what it reminded me of.
Eurus on Oz. What's up, Eurus on Oz? Morning.
You have a disco ball in there as well?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, good man.
No, I'm a member of Dread, Detroit Rockers, engaged in the abolition of disco.
Hey.
Asshole.
So
You and Carl both assholes. They hate
That's
disco.
fine.
That's fine. Yeah, I know it's fine.
I'm good with it.
Speaking of Carl, is he with Pamela right now? Is that what's going on? Did he make his way to her?
Not that
I'm
I
not
know.
asking you because I know
don't
you
know.
don't know. I don't know. I thought he said today is the us. Why are you so nosy? Okay, sorry. Thank you for clarifying.
Oh. I just say
I got it right this time.
every time I see that handle, I just say, "Hey Oz, good to see you."
No, it's nosy.
Yeah, you're gonna get called nosy from now on with that freaking handle. I'm not gonna be doing that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that to myself. Okay. Why am I so nosy?
Hey, that was pretty clever.
That is clever.
Oh, for vacations or something, Bonnie, are you uprooting to be on the road all the time? Or is this just
If I need to sell, then that's my plan until I find where I want to settle.
Oh, okay, got you.
Because there's a when we took that trip, oh my gosh, it was so beautiful and the people were so amazing. There is so much I want to see. And I'm not getting any younger. And now that I can drive again, see again,
Yeah.
I want to take advantage of that and do.
I'll tell you one thing on it. You know who I'm talking about with trailer parks? The young lady, nightmare she's gone through with trucks and trailer parks and trailers. Oh my God. The amount of money. Bad idea.
I want to visit Devil Dog, but I know she could give a shit to come to California or Canada. But she might go visit Devil Dog. But I know she had never expressed no interest in coming to California. And I don't blame her. She pays attention to my show. She knows I don't even want to be here.
I wouldn't want to drive in winter with a fifth wheel and all that. No way.
Well, California does have its perks, but it ain't like
Have a
Texas.
good day, Oz. I'm still gonna call it Oz.
Yeah, yeah, you too, nosy. Why am I so nosy? It's my nature. I'm going to answer your question.
My son-in-law would not let me move in with my daughter. Not an option.
It's usually what happens.
He's trying to get rid of his own mama. She lives with them.
Oh, camping corporations like KOA.
Yeah.
Yeah, they shut the KOA down over here. It's something else now.
They did ours too.
Yeah.
They
Wonder why.
sold, and I can't remember what it turned into, but we do have a Jellystone.
Those are fun. Those are
Yeah.
fun. There's a Jellystone outside of Yosemite that's really nice. We stayed there. A little further from Yosemite, but not much. To
Yeah.
drive.
I remember when I was a kid, my mom, they belonged to some kind of a camper club. I can't remember what it was called, but
The Good Sam Club, I'll bet.
probably. And we would travel all over the place, and KOAs everywhere. Oklahoma City had the best one I ever stayed in. It had tropical plants. It was so pretty.
In Oklahoma?
Yep, Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma, not Arizona.
You know, they call one of the towns out here Oklahoma by the Sea. They call McKinleyville that because it's full of rednecks and stuff. So they like to, in keeping with the theme of making fun of country folk, you know, they decided to call McKinleyville Oklahoma by the Sea.
I'm fine with rednecks and roughnecks and
Leathernecks.
Me too. I'd take one of them over a soy boy any day.
Yep.
Does anyone know where the term redneck actually comes from?
People at the sun.
Farmers and people working
Tell
out
me.
because they would get sunburned on their neck.
On the neck, yep.
Well, that's too
Okay.
easy. Too
Where
obvious.
they're from.
It
Tell
comes
me.
from the 14th century, and that was a term used to describe a white slave. And cracker also comes from that era too, or a white slave.
No way. Really?
Swear to God.
But why did they call him redneck?
Because their neck got red, their back, they're in the sun, labor.
Oh, it was sun related.
That sounds like a Canadian philosophy.
Simple. I mean, you look like a cop from the back, and you look like Casper the Ghost from the front. That's it.
Whenever they
It had
got
nothing
old.
to do with that, but it's cool. We'll just go with what Black Watch said. Gotta keep it simple because we have a Canadian up here.
And it doesn't matter anyways, so whatever.
Not even a little, because nobody understands history.
No.
Okay, I have a question for
Well,
you.
wait. And when they got old and started snap, crackle, and pop is when they became a cracker?
No.
Okay.
Just saying. I was going to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Okay.
But you realize
Devil,
the point.
to Devil Dog, not Black Watch.
Oh.
You could answer if you want to, but this is to Devil Dog. Do you think that the Dark Ages were really Dark Ages?
No.
They weren't dark. They were big. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Black Watch, if you want to answer.
Because of recorded history was lost.
Mm.
There's no recorded history through that period. That's why it was dark.
Right. Okay. So
Well,
okay.
As far as history goes, in the times of all history written, none of it is right, especially when they use carbon dating, because the years are totally wrong.
Yes. Did you want to answer, Black Watch?
No, well, there's two elements, like he says. I mean, there was a time where there was little recorded history. So it wasn't known of those, couple of centuries or whatever? Carbon dated? You mean carbon dating is invalid?
100% invalid.
Well, there goes that. That's how they looked at Stonehenge, through carbon dating. I don't know.
Okay, I have another question. Do you think that there was another reset in the 1700s?
Okay, what do you mean by reset?
Exactly. What's a reset? Like on your phone? They
I
didn't
mean, like burn down most of the cities in history, rewrite it, take away technology. We're going to start all over.
No.
Well, maybe what we know as 10,000 BC, yeah, maybe 15,000 BC. All the technology got destroyed.
Because some guy put out a theory that in 1776, he thinks it was possible that was a reset.
Oh, no. Cool. Somebody with an opinion that has a crack problem.
Well, when I started to think about it, I thought, well, okay. And because he wasn't poo-pooing the founding fathers so much, but seeing them more as people trying to get away from a great reset. So it was an interesting theory to roll around in my head.
Cindy's asking. Sorry.
Yeah, Nanya, the reset was pre-Egyptian.
Pre-Egyptian. Not 1776.
Cindy's asking, when exactly is the Dark Ages? When from when?
Like the 1500s, I think. 13 to 1500s. Is that right?
Yeah, up to the 15th century.
And okay, so then here's the thing. So post-millennial people think, okay, that the millennium reign was actually during that time, and that things were actually the opposite of Dark Ages. Like Christ was on earth building all these cathedrals and all these churches and castles, and the saints were reigning, Michelangelo. And so that's another interesting theory, because I know the timeline is bullshit. I don't know what the damn date is.
Michelangelo wasn't that great. He couldn't even straighten out the Leaning Tower pizza. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking. It was probably a real angel. Probably Michael.
No, you're
Michael,
talking about
the
Gabriel,
angel
Michael. I don't know.
my angel, Michelangelo, my angel. How they get paintings on the ceilings? Why are the doors 25 feet tall? Like, who built all that stuff and why? They don't worship. We don't worship God like that. They probably haven't worshipped like that in centuries.
He put it there because he was commissioned to do it. I mean, lay on your back and paint this. That's where he got his money on commissions from royalty.
Well, it's either that or it was another whole nother people, whole nother civilization where there was megaliths and monoliths and star forts and pyramids and all this shit we don't know anything about.
Yeah.
They built stuff, the stories they tell us of, oh, this was built in 1880. Oh, really? When we were all running around with wagons and it was Donkeys Incorporated doing this stuff, like Lunchbox guy says. That stuff
Donkeys Incorporated.
It's great. I love it. Donkeys Incorporated. It's the best. So funny. But what he did a great one on was it him or someone on even just looking at the courthouses of America, because okay, so Devil Dog, you would agree that a lot of these buildings were here, wouldn't you? We didn't build all the buildings that are here in America today. Do you think?
Right.
Okay, so who did?
Well, okay, if you go back to the Ethiopian Bible,
yeah,
you know, anything from the 4th century, I'll trust a lot more than anything from the 21st century. But there's actually a book that talks about the building of great monuments and the pyramids and everything else was done by angels.
Yes, that's a theory.
Or aliens.
It's in written text.
Oh, in the Ethiopian Bible?
Right, and it comes off of manuscripts that are predating that by, you know, thousands of years.
And it says these buildings were built by angels.
Right.
Would that be because Christ was here with them? Or not necessarily?
Well, we're talking tens
Before
of thousands of years before Christ.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. This goes back to the 8 books of Moses, and all anyone knows anymore are the 5 books that are shared by the Jewish, the Allah, and Christians. Nobody knows about the other 3 books. It's in the Ethiopian Bible, though.
Yeah, but
Maccabees and Jubilees. Maccabees, Jubilees, Tobit. I know there's a bunch of them. Which ones?
I can't remember. This is research I've done years and years ago.
Yeah. Well, it's my new rabbit hole. The timeline. Trying to figure out the timeline and who built these buildings.
Well, didn't they even say about the birth of Christ couldn't be accurate because King Herod died 394? He was alive when it was tried, but it doesn't line up when he says Jesus was born. Because if you take that, Herod the Great was dead, yet he's supposed to have been alive to condemn him. Doesn't line up.
Nothing lines up.
Throughout the entire world, there's so many buildings that they have a date on that's within the last 400 years, and even now we don't have the technology to reproduce it.
Right. Stone cut, precision cut, chiseled marble, and just geometrical perfection for the pillars and the details. And it's like, yeah, it's.
And cutting the ridges into them, even.
Well, that's what they said about Stonehenge. There was ridges, which they said was a marble at the time,
Yes.
put into stone. But it's like they talked about, the pyramids. Well, it couldn't look at the remarkable chiseling and everything else. There's no tools. Oh, yes, there was in the Valley of the Kings, multiple
Yeah,
pieces of
that's something. That's
tools.
yeah. Those tombs they found underground. Oh no, the ones in Petra, like around, like that look like Petra, around there. Those ones. That one. I was getting that confused with where they buried a bunch of Egyptian pharaohs underground. But yeah, there's a bunch of Egyptian buildings and artifacts here in America. It's like, was it because our continents were together at one time, or was it because they were here?
Continents together? Is that what you said? 10G?
Yes.
10G?
Because you can tell it looks like Africa was up against the United States.
Oh yeah, like a glove, right?
Yep.
And the thing about lots say, oh, the pyramids were never built to hold the kings. Yes, they were, because they were getting grave robbers. So they moved it all to the Valley of Kings. But they say, oh, the pyramids weren't built for that. Yes, it was. They were getting raided, tombs stripped out and everything else. So they moved all the bodies to the Valley of the Kings. So no one knew where they were. I don't see the problem with way people can't understand that.
No, because
the pyramids were not built for the kings because there's no decorative art or description of who's in it.
Yeah, but you think that the Valley of the Kings are going to be it? I mean, I'm not saying they weren't doing purpose, but there's records of, grave robbers. I mean, you're sitting with a mask of pure gold. You're not going to say, hey, that could be worth a couple of bucks. I'm willing to risk my life.
But that has to, you have to have more proof and evidence for them being actually buried in the pyramids beyond just, well, because of that they did this. Because there's something about the capstones of the pyramids too. Something about missing capstones and them having to do with maybe some, visitors.
The one pharaoh's there, he saw what's the biggest pyramid. His coffin's in there.
There was a YouTube video. One of the YouTube guys, he got to go into one of the pyramids. I thought it was the biggest one. And first they were showing the outside of it and how they perceived that it looked originally. And it was in different colors even. Like the top to the top point was one color and then another color. It was like in layers. And but he went all the way down and he went all the way up. And I think there was one, but it was not carved. It wasn't anything. It was like a cement box, and the lid had been shoved over. I don't think there was anything in it, but supposedly at one time there was somebody in it. But I wouldn't think that would be a king, because like you said, it would have, because they used gold and pottery and stuff to
embellish it.
Yes, to show that was a person of high standing or whatever.
And they didn't usually put it out in the middle of a place like, here we are, right? They kind of hid them away, like Petra's tombs and that underground one. I forget what it's called.
If you look at Tutankhamun's mask, that's worth a few bob. That thing, solid gold.
And something about the top, whenever they went to the very top, they were mentioning something about the energy at the top.
Like what? Noticing a difference or something?
They said that they could feel it, whatever it was. Like it was like a vibrating.
Mm.
A lot say the possibility of storing energy, but they can't figure out how you can conduct it to another area.
Right.
How do you move it?
I took a picture the other day. Have you guys seen the picture of the Grand Canyon? Because you said the Grand Canyon, Cynthia, where they're showing they're showing the Grand Canyon, but then they also show the Sphinx in Egypt, how it's, how the Sphinx sits up, and then they're like, not sits up, but like the Sphinx is laying like this, right? And then behind the Sphinx is the pyramid. Well, in the Grand Canyon, there's that same, you could see a remnant of that, but some of it's been washed away, but like the pyramid is still back there and part of the Sphinx.
Yeah, but they say the Sphinx predates them by thousands of years, I think.
There it is. I got it right here. Let's see. If you want to put it on, I don't know if you want to put it on full screen or not, but see that?
Hang on. No.
Let me see.
Solo. There we go.
It's terrible.
Oh, wow. No, I can
see it.
Yeah.
See it there? Yeah. Whoops. What happened? Oh, my phone went dark. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it easily could have been a Sphinx with a pyramid behind it, so easily.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, chessboard.
Off a full screen now, please.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I'm not shy, really. What's up, chessboard? Where you been? Where?
Sleeping like normal people do.
Oh, yeah. We didn't sleep tonight. We just skipped that one. I didn't plan to be so wide awake. I got my second win.
I'm surprised.
Functioning at all?
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna suck, but today, whatever it is.
I heard that.
Stuff I don't get any phone calls. I'm gonna turn my ringer off. That's what I'm
There
doing.
you go. We do not have to comply with what everybody else wants us to do.
I've been getting a cajillion phone calls and texts from family giving me RSVP for my mom's celebration of life.
Oh. Here's another thing. They found this buried underground. Look at that place. You can see little people walking around in there. They're down there by the stairs and stuff. What is this place? I don't even know where this is, okay? All I know is it was underground, buried, and now people are walking around like it's some kind of, excavated. That goes way down. That goes way, way, way down. I don't know what that place is. I don't know where it is. Does anybody know where this is?
No, but it looks like a city. I mean,
right, but the whole thing's underground. You see?
Yeah.
Okay, take me off of full screen.
Well. But you keep showing all this cool stuff.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been looking through my phone. I've been just taking all kind. Like I said, I've been going down this rabbit hole of our timeline.
Hey,
and who built these buildings? Who built these buildings? It's driving me crazy. I don't think we're going to know, but there's like a process of elimination here. Who didn't build them? Who they told us did. That I know that for sure. That's all I really know. Not Donkeys Incorporated. It wasn't them guys.
Camels Incorporated.
Yeah, Camels Incorporated. That's funny.
I'll be right back. Excuse me.
Dee, are you thinking?
I was fixing to say, really? Just because I say I'll be right back.
I had to put my phone down. It got me. It got me. And then I was doing this. And I didn't want to be. And I was like, you're on a show. You should put your phone down. And I was still scrolling, looking through my photos. Stupid.
Yep.
I know.
I like my phone case.
I do like it. You only have one camera. One big old camera. Oh, there's one.
There's my other one.
Nice. Them are cool. Lunch break channel. Yep, I like his lunch break channel. Yep, my lunch break. Richard Ness. I've watched a lot of lunch break channels. Lots. That's probably where I got a lot of my pictures from. Most likely. Yeah, he will mess with your mind. He will mess with your mind big time. That's where I got the Donkeys Inc. from. Just read email. We'll answer later. Okay. You fall asleep, Blackwatch?
Yep. And well, last time I checked off a panel, I finally changed my 4th phone number because I got tired of stupid questions.
Your 4th phone number, huh?
Yeah, I got 5. I have 5 phones.
As long as I got one of them, I'm good. And you made sure I did have it, so thank you, because that other one is going bye-bye. So
yep,
I've got
you and Bonnie, and I think I gave it to one other person.
Ha!
I had an interesting panel before. I checked Bonnie's today, and it wasn't going to be anything. But this guy has epilepsy. He's 2 blocks from Detroit. And they have a dispensary there. So he's talking. He says they had to clear it or something. He says, I got 50 grams for whatever. And I says, there you go talking metric again. You're American. He says, 50 grams are metric. And holy shit, they are. Had a lot of fun on that panel today. He says so many grams per pound. And I says, well, what's a kilogram then? And I said, see, you're American, you're measuring in grams. There you go. But anyway.
There you go, everybody. There you go.
You know, I was opening a thing of margarine. You ever notice they put a seal on the margarine and they leave enough of it so you can get a hold of it, but it'll never open up? You ever notice that? You have to use a knife.
I haven't bought margarine in 35 years. No. Butter.
It's just another poison.
Fuck yeah, don't buy that shit. It's nasty.
No, the last time I got it, I tore the bread up. I got salted butter.
Well, you gotta let it sit out, honey. Just get a little butter dish.
Leave it out, I know, and I don't have a dish. Do you remember when you used to have that? You put out a block of butter and you had the dish. It always sat on the table. You don't see that anymore.
You can get a little glass bowl with a Tupperware lid, you know, that you could put it in the fridge if it gets too hot too.
I remember the change. I grew up was always butter.
You know that margarine is just petroleum, right? You do know that. We're all eating lots of petroleum products.
You ever see a bag of milk about a liter? Well, I went through, there's butter. Then my mom says, here's this thing. It was Fleischmann's margarine. Pop the button and knead it so it changes. That's when they said margarine, butter's no good for you. Now they're saying margarine is no good for you. Go the other way. Make up your mind.
It's always what's natural. It's always the ancient ways. Butter is the ancient way. Ghee, honey, that goes back far back as you can go.
I'm just saying, I went from butter to margarine, and they said margarine is not.
Go back to butter, honey. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. But it tore up the bread. It was hardly.
Well, you know why.
Yeah, I know why. It's too hard. I have to leave it out.
That's why they make the butter.
But anyway,
they do have whipped butter too. But maybe you can't get that. Used to be like a Native American chick on it, but now we're politically correct. So we took her away. We can't have her no more.
Just like Mrs. Buttersworth, she lost her boobs.
There you go.
They brought her back, didn't they? They brought her back. They knew they messed up. Oh my gosh. Echo, you're back. Put butter on a plate and flip a bowl over on top of it, right? Mm.
She's not on my boxes.
You don't see her?
Nope. I just bought 2 of them.
Oh, Land O'Lakes lady? Yeah.
Yep.
The flavor says butter. I know all those stupid commercials. Country Crock and the talking butter. So dumb. Use
Yeah.
honey.
I couldn't get any homemade, so I got 2 boxes of that. Because that's what I cook my steaks in.
What'd you get? Oh, Land O'Lakes?
Yeah.
That's butter, right?
Says
Isn't it?
If you bought it in the store, it's not butter.
What? Yes, it is. It says butter on the box.
That's
better
fine.
Just stock answer when you don't want to argue with somebody and you just know you're right. I know that.
D, I told you that my truth and your truth may not align.
I know you did.
And I don't try to convince anybody of anything.
I know you don't. Oh my gosh, that felt like an earthquake. The wind was so strong. It is blowing like hell out here right now.
It was earlier here too. I didn't know if y'all could hear my chicken coop rattling.
That's the other thing about today is packaging. I went to get like a keyboard or something. My son, I said, get yourself one. And he kind of looked at me and said, what? Of course, he wants a wireless one, $5 more. So the wire one snapped. So I go in and get the wireless one. And the boxes are identical, virtually. Now, I'm supposed to know they put the dongle inside the mouse, right? I said, he comes over, here it is. I said, how did you know it was there? But I said to him, if you didn't go through this before, would you know they put it there? No. I said, so why don't they put a sticker on it? Cost you about a fraction of a cent. And it says, here's a dongle inside the mouth. Stupid packaging. That was a crystal.
Fucking technology.
Yeah, really. That was Crystal Chatsworth. She said she took it back. I said, well, check in the mouse. She said, I already took it back. And I thought, whatever. She ran in the same thing. No dongle. Oh, yes, there is. But anyway, packaging.
Dongle.
Dee, did you read that?
I see it, yeah. I'm not the one that bought Land O'Lakes. It was Bonnie.
It's me.
But Safeway sells the Amish butter, but I'm having a hard time believing they're really getting it from the Amish. You know what I mean? I feel like they just slapped it. Although it's a nice big 2-pound roll, and it is a lot more yellow than any other butter.
Doesn't it stay soft if it's real butter? Unless you freeze it? Okay. That's what I thought.
Even in the fridge?
No, room temperature.
Yeah. Well, then Costco has an organic butter. I've been buying that one. What is it? It's 2 pounds for $11.99. That's like what the Amish butter is at Safeway.
We don't have Amish. I don't know why they don't like Texas, but we don't have Amish.
They're like, Texas is practically Amish, but with power tools. They're good.
There is supposed to be one community down at the coast, but I don't know exactly where. I mean, that would be a long drive for me to go purchase. Too hot for almonds. That's probably true, Jake.
Well, the soil isn't as fertile as the rest of America, too.
Texas?
It depends on where you're at.
Right.
You're
well,
a dry desert.
East Texas, it's pretty fertile.
West of me, there's a reason there's 200 vineyards.
Well, that's
Yeah,
just
because all those asshole Californians moved out there and bought your property. Now they want your water too.
Yeah, but they're growing grapes like crazy.
Yeah. Sure they are. Along the Gulf of America.
Yeah, that freaked me out. I went to Google Maps and scrolled down, and it does say Gulf of America.
Yeah. Well, that one journalist got kicked out of the White House press conference because they didn't want to say it. After Trump signed the EO, he was like, well, get out then. You can't even be here anymore. If you can't even report where a Gulf really is, then get out.
Well, the Gulf of Mexico was never ever codified to actually be an existent place. And Trump went and codified it as the Gulf of America. So that's what it is.
Right on. I read something today that said that Jimmy Carter sold us out with a false and fake second treaty, that it wasn't even legitimate. I can't find it. I didn't send it to myself. Now I keep looking through all my freaking Telegram channels trying to find where I came across that. Have you heard anything about that being a fake and illegitimate treaty?
For what? With who?
Panama, for the canal,
yeah,
for the Panama Canal, and Carter.
I thought it was before Carter.
Well, I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, but when we got done with the Panama Canal, we were only supposed to have possession of it for a certain amount of time running it. Then Panama was supposed to get it and take over.
Mm-hmm.
And we kept it longer than we said. And then when Panama had it, they had problems running it. And then the Chinese came in and paid them for them running it.
Right. But there was supposed to be some kind of stipulation where if they couldn't run it, then we would come back, right?
Right, but don't expect our administration to do anything that doesn't favor American corporations.
Was it Johnson?
Oh, it was Carter that did the treaty deal. Oh, you mean originally? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I had it. Oh, I can look it
never
up.
really was a thing that I actually cared enough to read on.
Wouldn't surprise me. He was.
Mr. Four Terms.
Yes, BlackRock. Well, they own controlling interest of the ports, but they have nothing to do with canal.
Mm. Is that right?
And the lock system and all that other stuff. They have nothing to do with that. They just own the ports.
Just how do you even say that? Toyos?
I don't speak Espan Hall, so I'm not even going to try it.
Torridos. I don't know. Carter treaties.
Oh yeah, here it is. Water. Water. Panama Canal Treaty. 1903.
Oh, wow.
1902. The Congress of the United States of America having passed an act approved June 28th, 1902. So who was the president in 1902? The president of the United States, John Hay, Secretary of State, and the government of the Republic of Panama. I don't know who was the president in 02. Somebody find out, please.
Well, yeah, 1977. That would be Carter, and that's the treaty concerning the Panama Canal.
No, this says 1903. Well, I'm sorry. This is the convention for the construction of a ship canal. But it's the Hay-Buna-Varilla Treaty.
Well, Roosevelt was 1902.
Okay, so he was the one that headed this up. Not the treaty, though. This is a different treaty. This is not a treaty at all. Well, it says treaty. It does say it's a treaty. Hay-Buna-Varilla Treaty. Convention for the construction of a ship canal. That's from the Avalon Project, too.
Right.
By the way.
Great site.
It sure is. I like it a lot.
Yep. Yeah, the Carter Treaty was in 1977, and it terminated prior treaties concerning the Panama Canal. New relationship between the countries, and granted Panama's sovereignty over the canal, and set the deadline for U.S. withdrawal for 1999.
It opened in 1914.
I don't know. I'm going to read up on it.
There you go, D. I just dropped it.
Okay. Because they had 26 articles in this one. I mean, it reads like a constitution. Articles and let me see what you dropped. Let me see it.
I dropped from the U.S. Department of State archive.
Okay.
I didn't know we were the only state to join by treaty.
Let's see. Oh, a new website for me. Department of State. This is a new website I've never been to before. And it's a historical one. Ooh. The how do you say that? Isthmian. ISTH. How do you say that? Isthmian Canal Convention. Well, that was the 03 one. Ratification, entry into force, and termination. Oh, 1999. Okay, so it's like they what do you call it when you do it? Negotiate it? Or they re-ratified it. There's a lot to read here.
Yep.
They really are amazing, the whole lock system. I've seen the ones in Scotland too, and it's wild how they designed that to get big ships in there. It's really amazing. Really amazing.
The first lock system I seen was up at the Sioux Locks, Michigan and Canada. And then, being down in Panama so much, I got to check out those quite a bit. Those are just amazing. And you have train engines dragging boats through them.
Well, you went through the Trent Canal system?
I didn't go through it. I just kind of checked it out.
I think that was the first one we did up here. Locks. By the way, I guess you're going to need water wings on your 18-wheelers and cars now, eh? Because if you look at the map, it now says Island of Canada. We cut you off.
Cool.
Good.
How funny. Convention for the construction of a ship. Okay. I gotta edit that.
Hey, Rocksteady.
Rocksteady.
You went to sleep and woke up again.
Excuse me. Okay.
Oh, are you getting tired? That's good that you're getting tired.
I'll fall asleep and leave y'all up here.
No, you better not.
It wouldn't be the first time.
No, you don't know how that one went. How that one went.
It would be for me.
I had to throw those two women overboard.
It was not two women. It was a man and a woman. And when I woke up, they were still talking. And I was like, whoa, y'all been up all night.
Who was left when you woke up again?
It was Carl and Silver Girl. That was
last one?
Night before Thanksgiving. And so we went ahead and went on through Thanksgiving.
No, the one you left me and Colin, Virginia, and that strange fellow you let up.
Oh, that was a backstage.
That's strange.
Wow, it was still
That
So
doesn't
they
count.
can still talk over your snoring?
I don't snore. Right? Where is Carl? He can keep it going.
Yeah, well.
I heard you do snore. I heard you do snore. Just saying.
Yep. And when you're sleeping, I hear that when you fart, you giggle.
Terrible. You're terrible. Is she blushing? I can't see.
She's blushing. Even her picture's blushing.
We all know. We can feel it. We know you're blushing.
What gave it away, Bonnie, was Don Ho singing Tiny Bubbles. And, you know, oh, well.
Oh, well. We
We
all
all do it, don't we?
Yep, we all do it.
There you go.
Oh, this is a fun website.
Some things can't be controlled while you're sleeping.
Especially bodily functions.
And those vanilla wafers.
Those are
Yeah,
the
which is the
devil.
new addiction because it used to be frosting.
I know. But those vanilla wafers are the devil. Trust me.
Okay.
My weight doesn't change, but
But
But poofies
Stop.
pop up. We can have a pooch. Poofies pop up. Get fluffy.
Oh, so this is basically, so Marco Rubio is the Secretary of State. So this is like his agency's website, basically.
Canadian Patriot. Do I know who that is? That sounds familiar.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
know who that is.
that's Brenda.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen Brenda in a long time.
In years.
She was one of the few people I could have a real intelligent conversation about the U.S. Constitution 4 years ago.
Yeah, she knew more about it than I did at the time.
Yeah, she was on it.
For a Canadian. See, Black Watch, you could take some notes from her.
Well,
Really?
we wrote it. Didn't you know that?
Fuck you.
God, Brandon and George.
Fuck you. You know you didn't write our Constitution. Shut up.
Well, it's either that or Grimm's fairy tale, so which
I don't even know why we talked to Canada after burning us out in 1812.
I don't either. Just don't even know. Because he
I
shows
don't
up
get
and
it.
she lets him on. She lets him on her panel.
you know, it occurred to me, Bonnie, you talked about Ides of March, which is 100% Julius Caesar, A2 Brute. But you do know whose birthday that is? I should have known, right? I should have known.
I do not.
Who I spoke to you about?
Oh, okay.
It's her birthday. Ides of March.
Oh, I did not know that, Cindy. Turn it.
Am I in the wrong live chat? I don't say anything. Where'd everybody go?
Waiting for you to defend your country again.
No, that's. I don't see it.
Yeah. Cynthia, last time I talked to Brenda was about her fighting cancer, but she was also in the middle of moving too.
Mm-hmm.
She was moving north about 200 miles, I think.
I remember
That was a
her.
long time ago. I've asked a lot of people about her, and no one knows anything. You know, like, is Miss Blue Moon still around or no?
Oh, wow. I haven't seen or heard of her in a long time.
No,
Right.
I haven't either.
That's been a long time. Wow. I feel like I had her phone number too at one time.
I had Brenda's, but
Oh
then
yeah, she was the Travis's sidekick too. Now I remember even
What,
more.
Mrs. Blue Moon?
Yeah, Ms. Blue Moon was Travis's kind of sidekick. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that went a little sideways.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. Yes, it sure did.
everything with Travis went sideways.
Yeah, I still have her contact. Ms. Blue Moon. She didn't like me either after a while. I got blamed for some shit too, and I didn't have nothing to do with it. So I remember now. It's all coming back to me now. It's all coming back to me.
It's all coming.
Travis went with that stupid bitch, whoever, I can't remember her name. She had a stupid name too.
Who?
Cindy said Miss Blue Moon hangs out with Edna.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's Larry's wife.
Yeah, Larry.
They sent me all the marbles and all a bunch of cool stuff. They're good people.
I had a lot of fun with Edna and Larry. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Damn.
I had Brenda's number too. I think I texted her and never got a reply back.
No, I think she disconnected it when she moved. Went off. She never rarely answered anyway. She'd call you
Well,
back.
we would text and she would reply.
Well, I can't text, so.
Who's Edna and Larry?
What?
Is that what they go by? They're Edna and Larry?
Yeah.
They're in Ohio, I think. They got a farm.
They were Travis's. They were in Travis. They brought them. They gave the marbles, and the he also had the nice diachroic glass charms. He sent me a bunch of them.
Right, the praying hands.
Yeah, and the praying hands. Those were really cool. I gave a lot of those away. Really good people. Really sweet people.
I'll look for it.
Has anybody ever seen Catawonky again?
No.
She just got, I think, bronchitis and just gone.
I didn't know she got bronchitis. I haven't seen Andy either. Her or Andy.
Who?
Catawonky and Andy.
Oh.
There's a bunch of people that just disappeared.
Oh yeah, her name. Yeah.
The last one that we were all wondering about was Hoot Owl.
Who?
Hoot Owl.
Hoot Owl?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen that in a long time. A couple of years, I think. Catawonky was Kathy, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, and anyone know about Book Girl? I haven't seen her in about a year.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I can't believe she dropped us all. She loved us so much.
Yeah, whatever.
I liked that she would, we didn't agree on much, but she was not afraid to speak her truth, and to engage with us. It was cool. I respected her for that always. I wish more people would actually do what she would do. She tried.
True.
But she was so indoctrinated and way too far gone. Just saying.
Well, she was a teacher too. So.
Yeah. New York, right? Wasn't she New York? She was East Coast.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I liked having arguments back and forth with her. I used to enjoy that.
Me too. I did. Because she would actually consider what you said and formulate a reply based on what you said. She didn't just sit there and wait for you to shut up so she could cram more of her shit down. She actually gave you thought and processed.
Right.
Yeah, I remember I had her on a total meltdown about what I said about Rome. That was great.
Then we'd get to a point where you just knew, well, okay, that's where she is, and this is where we're at, and if there's not going to be any, let's just let that one go. Because moving on, let's go to a different topic.
What? A lot of times I enjoy finding one or two people and just figuring out what makes them trigger.
Well, that's what I miss so much about that cold beer channel. I sure did have some fun times with that one and Miss Mary. Oh my gosh. And Will was funny back then.
Yeah.
And he went through a lot of shit too, you remember? He went through a lot of shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I found that cold beer to be a waste of time myself.
But no people are really a waste of time. They're not.
No, I don't mean nasty. It's just, there's nothing there for me. I don't know.
That's because you don't enjoy sparring like we do. You know, which actually you do. You just do it in a different way.
What? Did he just insult me?
No, no.
Not you. Did he? He, me, moi.
I wish I could remember that channel. This guy went up on Mad Shads and he said he liked debates, and he said, anyone wants to debate me, come on over. And I was like, what's his channel? I'm taking up this challenge. And I got it, and I know I subbed to it, but I can't remember the name to go look for it. Because I have like 1,000 people I'm subbed to.
Oh, I had to go through mine and delete, unsubscribe, unsubscribe. And then I go and subscribe to a whole bunch of new ones. It's like, yeah, my list ain't really small. I didn't like the bullying from CBC. Yeah, but man, those were the days of trolls, wasn't it? Oh wow, you just would get the trolls. I mean, they knew how to troll at least. You know what I mean? They knew how to troll.
Wasn't Cold Beer another name before it went to Cold Beer?
Yeah, it was. He had another name.
And then it was another name after that, even.
He wasn't too welcome with the first one, whatever, before Cold Beer. It was kind of like, oh, great, let him on panel. We know where this is going to go. But anyway.
And then he had his little bout with Sage.
Sage, that was it, yeah.
That didn't last long.
I think everybody had a bout with Sage.
Yeah, he loved to be hated.
Yes.
He would ask for it on purpose.
And he would only come in after his troll patrol came in first. You could always tell he was coming in next because all these ones came in first, about 20 or 30.
Yeah.
My entourage.
Rest in peace.
What are you eating, Blackwatch?
I'm sorry, I was going to.
What are you eating? What is it?
I got a ham sandwich. I got I put onions on it, and
oh my gosh, you asshole! We're all hungry, you know.
This is yesterday's dinner. I didn't have it. Sorry about
that. Well, you know, you've really come a long way, Blackwatch. I'm just going to say. You can finally hold your own, can't you?
I've been holding my own for years, dear.
I used to like to kick you around, though.
Well, you're not the first.
I still enjoy but you're not as easy anymore. You don't get offended as easy.
I just pick and choose more.
Yeah. And you're not so shy either.
Like I said, I pick and choose.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all know that Betty Daly passed?
Who?
Betty Daly. Do you remember her?
Oh, no. Yes. Betty Daly? That was her last name?
Yeah.
I knew we had a Betty. I did not know she passed. That's too bad. Oh, yeah, that's a lot, huh? How many?
The artist and poet told me, because they were really good friends, and they were some of the first people I even met through our neck of the woods.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, our neck of the woods. Yeah, I remember them too.
That's how I met Chuck.
Oh, is it?
Anna or Echo or
wow.
A bunch of people.
I really like this website. Oh.
So I give you your new favorite websites all the time.
I mean, it's good. I like it. It's fun. Travel advisory. I'm looking for. There's a lot of good information on the state on this U.S. Department of State website.
She's playing. Leave her alone.
It's very fun. Very fun.
There's a lot of good information at loc.gov too.
loc.gov.
Library of Congress.
Oh yeah, I've been on that site a lot.
Yep.
I should have known that. They got a Rosie the Riveter right on the front page. She's riveting Rosie's.
What was the point of trying to shut the government down to the Senate in the last couple of days?
They took total control.
Who, he, they?
The government.
Republicans?
The government, period.
No, but they said Trump wanted to shut it down. And then, what's that guy? The guy in a wheelchair.
Crenshaw? Oh, no. Crenshaw.
From Kentucky or something, or Wisconsin. He said, I'm not going to allow that because the last couple of days had a big thing in the Senate about stopping the government, closing it down for a while. Like ours closed down, technically, until we chose, the next probably going to be there. In fact, he's going to get sworn in today, but we have to have an election. Mark Carney is now the prime minister today.
Yeah. We have government shutdowns all the time.
I don't know. There was something about it. The guy in the wheelchair, Trump hates him. He made a statement in the Senate yesterday or the day before. He's not going to let the government shut down or something. I don't know. Didn't make sense. Just stop business is what I mean.
Yeah.
Stop. Was that for a break or something? I don't know.
We do that a lot. Because my ex
ran away.
I see that. I think she clicked the wrong button.
Whoops.
My ex-husband worked for the national park, and every time they would do a government shutdown, he couldn't work, and so there was no pay until they opened back up.
I think it's Mitch McConnell, that guy. They just not going to allow it to close down. I know him and Trump don't get along, that's for sure.
Trump didn't want the government to shut down. He wanted them to come up with a budget and not extend through other appropriations, and they ended up extending.
That makes sense then.
But they don't need to be there 24/7. They don't need to be there full time.
Originally, other than the president who lived in D.C., the rest of the state delegates would go back home and only come in, 2-3 times a year for a couple of weeks, and that was it.
Yeah.
That makes sense for the Senate, because I think we should get rid of our senators. All they do is rubber stamp for about 100-something thousand a year, 200,000 a year.
D. Cheswold's asking a question.
I haven't known. Tariff Chinese goods. What's the website on the bottom?
It doesn't matter. That website's been gone for almost 20 years. That's how old that sticker is.
Told me that twice. Damn it, I hate it when I ask a question. Because then when I hear the answer, I'm like, oh shit, I remember that answer. Damn it. I have not seen the private snapping cartoons of the 40s. No. But I like that snafu guy. But he's off the hook. He hates women so bad. He's got to get a control of himself. I get it. Some women's did him real bad, but damn, he's cold sometimes. I'm like, shit. Is this how a lot of men think and they just don't say it?
Yes.
I think so too. He's really.
How many I've seen in chat? That son of a bitch, narcissistic son of a bitch, and it's about 10 years ago. I figure, is he still alive or what?
Are they talking about you? What?
Well, me, I mean, I thought so. I was very flattered till I found out it wasn't me, it was somebody else.
Yeah.
So.
Oh. Dems thought Trump would be blamed and it would stop the firing. So also in Humboldt County, they're shutting down. Are they shutting down the NOAA station? No, they're shutting down the what is it called? Oh shit!
Federal building. They're shutting down some federal buildings in Austin.
Yeah, they're shutting down. Is it the Forest Service? Which doesn't make any sense. I think, but it's a big, huge building. Every time I drive by it, there's like 4 cars out front. It's like 7 stories tall and super. Nobody's ever there. I've always thought, what do these people do? I mean, you need a Forest Service, but they are laying off a bunch of people at the weather station too. And like I said, the wind turbine thing. So it's kind of glorious because they are getting hit at all sides, and they're now they're reacting. Now they're like, like we had to go through COVID and stuff, and
Right.
they're on defense. They're losing their jobs. They're seeing all their DEI shit getting rolled back, and their trannies. They're not getting respect for your psycho shit. We're not going to do that. So they're really hostile here right now. They don't have anything to stand on.
What happens when you look at somebody's misfortune and you say, well, they're Democrats? They're my neighbors, but they're Democrats. You follow my point? When you get to that, I've witnessed this, Deanna, and I've left channels because of it. Somebody's misfortune, they just do a job, and now they're out. Everything's gone. And yet, you're a Democrat, so you deserve it. All I did was a job. Pencil.
Most of us, this. Most of us here do not feel that way. But if you're getting paid and you're not doing a job, if you're getting paid to keep at home, it doesn't matter if they're Democrat or Republican. I frankly don't care, but I care about the person.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I mean, this whole idea that, what was it, 40,000 were still going from home. And there was somebody, they said, you got to come in or something. And she says, well, then I can't come on my afternoon job. What do you mean? You got another job? Yeah. I'm going, what? You know what? It's like, I'm telling you, where I worked, everywhere I worked on the side. My dad once said to me, your primary job, if you ever get married, primary job won't cut it. He was right. But I didn't go to work and say, I'm tired. I was working with the stonemason. She came out and told them they had another job besides the government one, working at home. Now that deserves, you're out of here. But still, a lot of people are going to hurt. Yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah, and I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that.
No, but this is what I mean. It's somebody was talking about the Democrats. I heard them outside the door saying certain valley in D.C., there's a flood of houses and that, and saying they deserve it.
Well, there's always going to be there's always going to be heartless people that don't give a shit about people.
This is where
always going to find that.
That's where it goes too far,
It does. I agree. I agree.
That trench has been dug, and to me, it looks like it's laid out to be as it is. By who, I don't know, but it's to divide us, is the whole thing.
Yes.
Everyone's playing a part to
Mhm.
keep us divided.
Watch for that agenda and don't let it happen, right?
Right.
That's funny.
Every time I've looked at the haves and have-nots, they weren't wearing red or blue or any other color.
That's right. Same here. I mean, I hate that shit. You should know that. I've never been one to be a partisan. Oh, Trump, everything. Oh, Republicans, everything. Fuck all of that. I've always been human, everything. We all bleed red. How about we follow the law and let's just do that? That's what I prefer. I prefer the law,
Yeah.
you know.
But anyway,
You got to have laws, you know. You got to have laws. Some people are going to get compensation.
but how long does that last? You can get $100,000 today for a family of 3 or 4. $100,000 is going to go nowhere.
We have to have laws, but the government shouldn't be telling us what we can and cannot do with our body, what we can and cannot do inside our homes, what we can and cannot do with our property. They're overstepping.
No, obviously. I'm just saying we got to have laws because no matter who the party is in charge, we got to know that we have laws that are going to keep us safe, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat president. That's the whole point of laws, isn't it? To like have a standard that you don't just get to have a partisan law. It's just law.
I watched somebody's thing. I don't know if he was going for the concept of government or something. I think he was. But when he says about society, the collective, or what happens when the collective becomes the government, it's a very interesting concept. Basically, society tells you what you're going to do, what you're not going to do. And eventually that collective becomes the government.
Well, that was one of the first things I remember, Devil Dog, you were teaching me about the Commonwealth. If it doesn't benefit the whole Commonwealth, then it shouldn't necessarily be. Like with Humboldt, being that it just come in 1850 and conquered all the natives so recently, and then you have all these companies that come in and decide, well, yeah, we're just going to set up mills, and you have all these mills and they cut down 2,000-year-old trees, and those people all got rich and they just destroyed the community. That didn't really benefit the Commonwealth. You know what I mean?
Well, isn't that what happened to Alaska? Isn't that what happened to Detroit? He goes on about Detroit and all this and all, the Democrats. Detroit's ruination was Henry Ford, period.
What?
Henry Ford used Detroit area, and then he kicked it aside when he was done. I talked to a number of people who lived there, and that's what happened in 2008.
Oh, Canada, don't start your shit again with American stuff.
The truth.
Talk about your own country. What are you doing bringing up the
I'm talking about American friends, and that's what they said they lived there.
They're wrong.
They're wrong. Well, you go tell them they're wrong. They're living there.
I will get them over here. I ain't got no problem telling anybody anything. You know that.
He doesn't get his shorts in a knot. He could care less. He's his own man. That's why I like him. He doesn't get into all that.
He didn't know Henry Ford. I know that.
Oh, yes, I did.
Ford was
I had an 89 Mustang. I bought it from Henry himself.
Oh, yeah.
One of the few Fords I had in my life.
Yeah. I don't bring up DC when Devil Dog's around, Cynthia. It's just this thing. I hate being told, fuck DC every time I bring up DC. It's like this weird tension that comes on. Just out of nowhere. It's like,
I
Yeah.
agree with
Fuck
that
DC.
statement.
Worry about your local area.
That's right.
There you go.
But I'm still a little fascinated with just a tiny little bit. What the fuck is going on there? That's all I want to know. What are they doing? What's underground? Where'd all those people go? Why are all those buildings empty? What are all those sandbags doing around the Treasury Department building or the IRS building? Or oh man, what they do to the fountain? There's so many things. There's so many things.
Yeah, but she caught some good stuff.
She did.
Pictures.
Mm-hmm.
When she'd peek behind those green curtains, I got pictures. I'd be all screenshotting that stuff. Like, oh, who are these people training back here?
A couple weeks ago, it was said that there were big buses going into around Congress at night for a couple days like that. They were back. So who knows? Maybe they did hold those people there in DC. What do you think, Devil Dog? Do you think they held any of our Congress people hostage over there in DC at all?
I think a 50-pound chicken's a big chicken.
Wow. I'll be right back.
I heard the ones that held them hostage still accepted green stamps, so you got them back.
What?
I know this guy. I used to go to in Dearborn through Sarnia sometimes, and I knew a guy. He opened a performance shop. His dad worked at Ford. But anyway, I asked him what happened to all the plants. He said they not only closed them, they flattened them. There's no car plants in Detroit. They flattened them. Ford did.
There are a lot of automotive manufacturing plants in the Detroit area. Most of them are around Wayne County.
Yeah. But through Dearborn, said they're all gone.
Dearborn has pretty much all been the headquarters for the big three.
Uh-huh.
And that shit's all there and it's up and running.
Oh, wow. Because it makes more sense to rebuild than to maintain empty buildings for a while. I don't know. But they were all gone from what he said.
Well, that's fine. He can be as wrong as he wants.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well. What do I care? I'm a retired billionaire. Leave me alone.
Well, good for you. A retired billionaire in Canada, if you do a conversion over to American money, that means you got $20 in your pocket, right?
I think I got a who's on the who's on the $100 bill? Franklin's the 50, wasn't it? Franklin. Can't remember. You guys keep digging up new presidents to put on your bills. I can't remember. Wasn't it Franklin the 100?
Yeah, Franklin was a hundy.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. Cost me Franklin. Wow.
Yeah, because everyone's out to get the Benjamins.
Yeah, he was 100.
Someone told me once, if you know who's on the $50 bill, I'll give it to you.
Lincoln's on the 5.
I didn't know, but
Washington's on the 1. I don't know who's on the 2.
Hamilton. It's Hamilton.
No, it's Grant.
Oh, shit. Really? Damn it.
Yeah.
Can't get my shit right. Who's Hamilton? Is he 100?
See, nobody would have got the $50 bill.
There is no Hamilton on a bill.
$50s like passed with Howdy Doody on the back and nobody knew.
Well, darn it. No, he's a $10 bill. Isn't Hamilton a $10 bill? Jackson. I'm going to have to look at money again. Son of a gun. $2 bills? Hamilton? Okay. Thank you, Echo.
I don't know who was on the two. I think I ever saw a $2 bill. There's very few of them by comparison printed.
You can get them at the bank a lot.
Yeah.
We like to get them and give them as tips and stuff. Not that you can just leave one really anymore. Most
Right.
places.
I was a little surprised to learn most of you don't know the history of the $2 bill.
Oh, do educate us, Blackwatch. I love it when you do.
Well, Devil Dog brought it out. Donald's grandfather saw a lot of $2 bills.
Keep going.
Well, what did he say that his grandfather did? Brothels. $2 bill was nicknamed a hooker bill.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because that's what you could get a trick for? $2?
Apparently, back in the day, 20s and that.
Jefferson is on the $2 bill? Okay. Hamilton is on one of them, I swear. Oh, no. Isn't
Hamilton's
Jefferson
on the 10.
He's on the 10. And Jefferson's on the 20, isn't he? And so who's on the 50? I don't see too many of those.
Grant, she just said it.
Grant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And who's on the
President
100?
number 18.
Franklin. Okay.
Yep.
On the 100?
He's the only person on a dollar bill that was never a president.
Yeah, because I was like, Franklin wasn't president. I knew
Yeah, he
that.
was.
Not Franklin.
Well, Benjamin wasn't. Benjamin Franklin was
Washington,
not a
Adams,
president.
Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Hayes, Garfield, Arthur, Cleveland. And then I get lost. I forget on that.
That's why you call it the Dead Presidents Club.
Yeah.
At least our people are alive.
Shut up. I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there. Hey, kitty.
For a minute.
4 cup, right? Just for a minute. 4 cups of sleepy time tea, and I'm up till 5 o'clock in the morning. A lot of good that tea did me tonight. Didn't do much.
I know. I even took extra of my.
Well,
I could. I don't know.
You sleeping yet?
D,
What?
D, why are you playing with your pussy on camera?
Lord.
You guys, for those of you not watching, I am petting a kitten.
You call it what you want.
What?
You just go ahead and call it whatever you want.
We're calling my kitty. This is Simba. He's the king of the jungle. This is the one that survived being in the truck fan, getting shredded up. Got shredded up on his side of his jaw, back leg. And he lived. He lives. And this, he
was
still
in the
goes
note.
down cars and under them and inside them. And it's like, oh, what's this? He does not care. Crazy cat. Coffee shops. If you carry out force, you tip. Even if you carry out, they force you to pay 15%. That's bullshit. How dare you charge?
They can't do that. They can't
No,
do
they should
that.
not be able to do that at all. No, they should not be able to do that. Yeah, that kitty, he drools too. He drooled all over me. Yep, he's lucky to be alive. You got that right. He sure is. Yeah, they can't do that. But you know what? People will keep doing anything if you let them get away with it. Some people, they don't care. Just like credit card companies, they're not supposed to be able to charge you that fee. There was a law that was passed this January. Credit card companies here in California are not supposed to be able to be passing on that fee if you use a card.
I'd like to see them explain 28 to 34%. Justify it. I don't think they can do it.
All corporations can be sued.
Yeah, Cynthia, for them requiring a tip for carryout is a direct violation of your free speech, because the way you spend your currency is considered free speech, and there's several cases on that.
Not bad.
We had an interesting thing here a number of years ago. The gentleman was blind, not that it mattered. And Bell Canada, which is communications, second largest, he took him to court. There was issues with the bills and everything. And the court decided 68 to 70% is not usury. I thought, what is?
Wow.
That is not usury because of the account went delinquent, going to court. 68% is not usury. Maybe the pound of flesh is okay, right? Really. That's sick.
It is.
They probably got their money too. Proud of it.
That's so dumb. I can't believe they can do that. That's like them out here when it was COVID and they were like, well, you can do curbside. And I had that one tranny that wanted me to wear my mask in my car. Remember that one? And I was like, well, he wants me to blah, blah, blah. And her person over there. Well, no, I said she. And she said, that's a him. And I'm like, you psycho. Breasts, pink hair. And I'm supposed to call it a him. And a female voice talking to me, too.
You know what I'd say?
What?
Show me your nuts.
Shit, man. Damn it. Freaking spill all over myself. Oh, my God. Shit. I thought the cat drooled on me. Look at my shirt now. Oh, that was so funny. Shit. I should have said it. You know what? Next time I'm gonna say it too.
It's either prove it or show me your nuts.
I was too mad to be able to do anything rational in that moment because
yeah.
They're like, no, you need to wear a mask in your car for curbside service. Are you? Come on.
Oh, I know. You'd pull up at the bank and they'd be like, could you put your window up some?
Gosh. Could you be any more scared of the sniffles, please?
Right.
So dumb. I'm soaking wet. Fuck. Spit all over myself. Show me your nuts.
Like my bank refused me service because I wouldn't diaper up.
Yeah.
And they only did that once.
Mm-hmm.
And the judge had them double my account.
Wow.
Double your account?
Yeah, so I had twice as much in it the next day.
Well, how does the judge do that to a bank?
20 Canadian dollars ain't that much, I gotta tell you.
Yeah.
All
40
because
bucks.
of that case that I showed that I dropped into regular chat.
Oh yeah. The Monal versus Department of Social Services. That one.
Yep. And Cynthia, they cannot refuse cash. That's actual federal crime.
Not yet.
I mean, they will do it, and then you have to deal with it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they can't do it on paper, but they fucking do it, and they do it in real life. They do it just like they did to me. They can't discriminate, but yet they did. You know what I mean? Until you take them to task, and that's what people don't know how to do.
There was a case a few months ago where a guy went in to buy something. Of course, he, like a lot of people, here's your cash. Cashier says, I'm not accepting it. And they didn't get into a fight. The cashier called the cops. The cops said, you got to take this money. It's against the law not to take cash. Had to remind them of that.
Yeah, but in the U.S., it depends what state you're in for what your cop is going to do.
Well, what's the point of saying this is legal tender if it's not countrywide? Printed by the federal government.
You know, like if you have $1,000 fine and you go and you pay it all in pennies, and they say we're not going to take that, right there you have a federal case against the cashier.
Technically, but that's a little bit crazy. I could get here's $1,000. Well, we don't have pennies anymore. So.
Well, I wouldn't do that anyway because nickels are so much more fun watching them count that.
And they're shiny. You'll notice it doesn't say legal tender on your coinage, only on your currency. Just saying.
That's fine. That's why you're in Canada and I'm in a real country.
Both of ours say this is legal tender for all debts and purchases in both countries. Which we won't get into anymore of this cross-border.
I just like picking on you, Black Watch. That's it.
He's in a good mood tonight, so it's
No,
kind
I'm
of.
just saying, I got an arsenal here. I mean, I look like, Leavenworth. When your president has to be told what NATO is and how it functions, I gotta wonder. Maybe we don't want him in there.
NATO has no function because their original function's already been completed. They need to go away.
That may be opinion, but it's not the point of the club, if you will. Do you know the only time the full force, without question, of NATO was brought into works happening? Only once in the 75 years. It was called 9/11. Just saying. No country gets paid for belonging. And did you know something else?
No, do educate us, please.
When the USSR broke up, Ukraine was in possession of the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world. And 3 countries, and most of them said, including the United States, get rid of them. Get rid of them, we'll protect you. That's history. Third largest behind Russia and China, larger than the US. Just saying. was in the video I sent you, Bonnie. It's true. Historical records.
I heard that your new prime minister just came out of nowhere. His background doesn't have nothing to do with politics, and he just kind of appeared and was appointed. What's up with that? You guys elect this guy or what?
You don't know about Mark Carney?
No, do tell us about your new leader.
He got his diploma, BA, and PhD from Harvard. He's Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
He was the youngest Bank of Canada governor. He was the only foreign Bank of England governor. He was a governor for the World Monetary Fund. He knows a bit about
it. Your new guy, so you like your new prime minister?
He's sworn in today, but they have to have an election by law. So
right.
For a while, he'll be prime minister.
But he's like, he don't really belong in that position, does he?
Technically, he wasn't elected. That's why it's got to go to an election.
Right. So why is he acting like he's your prime minister if you guys didn't vote for him?
The Liberal Party has the leader, and he was the prime minister. And he was going to step down because he thought, I'd run my course to the election. So the Liberal Party had a get-together, and they come up with this guy. They nominated him. But technically, he's not elected. So he got an election.
Yeah.
See, we follow the law here.
Oh, please. Give me a fucking break. I saw your country during COVID.
I had to go for it.
Yeah, well, it was funny. I'll give you that. That was a good one.
But,
Okay, so I'm on BitChute with Mark Carney. There's a video of him sitting with Ghislaine Maxwell and Tom Hanks. There's something about him praising Greta Thunberg. There's a lot of shit here about Mark Carney on BitChute for sure.
The man's
a globalist puppet. They say he's a globalist puppet on BitChute.
Well, he made all his money by working rather than buying things out, you know?
No.
Yeah.
Like Trump, you mean? Is that what you mean?
I didn't say anything about Trump.
There's a lot of stuff about him on BitChute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. He's a member of the group of 30 in WEF. Tens.
The man dealt with economics, money, everything else.
Yeah, he's a globalist. I mean, we're all doomed with globalists.
He's not any kind of a globalist. Sorry.
You what?
He's no kind of a globalist.
He's no kind of a globalist? You sure about that?
He's got the wealth to be a globalist. Come on.
Okay, we'll see, won't we? We'll see.
Well,
We'll see. We'll see if Trump is one too, won't we? Jury's still out on that one. So
Trump has some parallels to well-known historical figures. Let's just say that. But anyway, it'll go the way. Like I said, we're renaming it to the island of Canada, so it won't matter. You guys will drift into the Gulf of America. See ya.
You wish.
Yeah, I do.
You wish. You wish.
You know what the ironic thing about it all is?
No.
One of Elon Musk slightly used burrowing machines to do it, and it didn't cost us a cent. Which, when they did, you know, between France and England, that's what they did with the machines. They put them into tunnels. They're still down there. Machines that burrowed that out. The tunnel. Kind of wasteful, isn't it? What do we do with this thing? Park it. Cement it up. English Channel. Anyway, this too shall pass.
Mm. Carbon tax king, huh? You got a carbon tax king over there.
I got news for you. The first thing on the agenda is to get rid of it.
Well, that would be good.
Well, so there. I was ready for that one.
Yeah, but it's probably not true.
Well, like anything, you run on a platform you don't deliver, resign.
I mean, he was in Davos in January. There's a lot of shit on him. Just like there is on Trump and every other fucker politician that we have to deal with. So
that's right. They're all the same. Somebody said that, you know the thing where they say different wings of the same bird? He couldn't stand that. And he was serious. And I kind of thought, I'm not going to be the one to explain it to you.
How do you like Dr. Jordan Peterson?
See about that. Is that the one, the head of the pharmaceutical inspection agency? Is that who's going in?
I have no idea.
$89 billion budget. That's your budget.
I thought they took his license away in Canada.
Oh, there's a lot of different. We have our own. You ever hear of Brian Mulroney?
No, I don't pay attention to your politics like you pay attention to mine.
In the 80s, he was dealing, he said after he stepped down, after he was finished, Henri Schreiber, a German arms dealer, wanted by Germany with bloodlust, and yet there was $1,000 bills and on. He went down there. He recently died. Good. Hope you buried him face down, son of a bitch Irishman criminal. Glad you kept him. Now he's sending his son, Ben Mulroney, up here to be part of the media. Screw the little bastard and send him back with his dad. So we have our own. Dirty as hell.
Yeah. You're saying you guys aren't going to get stabilized until you get to net zero. It really doesn't sound like he's going to do away with your little carbon.
That's what he said with his acceptance speech at the Liberal.
I wouldn't believe him. If I were you, I don't believe Trump. Why would you believe your guy?
Carbon tax has always been under. Actually, it was a stupid thing. Pretty well every year we got hundreds of dollars back each, which is supposed to be return of the carbon tax. It's stupid.
We need to all be rejecting that bullshit zero carbon. Do you know what that means? They don't want us breathing. We need to be all on the same page with that one.
That was not one of his most popular ones. Nobody likes it. Nobody.
We'll see, Cynthia. We'll see.
You know, I took on the premier here. We can go through the internet, right? I had a number of issues. One was the food. You know, like an hour from here, they have to bring in migrant workers to harvest it. They have all kinds of hot houses, everything like this. So he was up in Holland Landing, north of Toronto, and one of the reporters finally asked him, and he blamed it on the recent rise, which was April the 1st, of the carbon tax. Okay, that's 23 grand more. It doesn't account for the food bill. So he sidestepped. That was not popular. And that's maybe one of the comments I left. Like I said, they got nailed on. Not popular at all. It's bullshit, quite frankly.
Yes, Cynthia. Jordan Peterson is a YouTube. He's a psychologist or psychiatrist. I can't remember which one. I think psychologist. I get those two mixed up. Who knows which one he is? I don't know. Psychologist or psychologist?
When anybody says psychologist, I use the one that, who's a comedian? George Carlin used. He was talking about dating. I'm talking about psychologists. The cute little knock-kneed, cross-eyed hair in their ears. Girl down at the 7-Eleven cashier, she's a psychologist too. Anybody can be a psychologist. That's the problem.
Not everybody can have a good conversation, though.
Mhm. Did you know a psychiatrist has to have a psychiatrist to become a psychiatrist? It's true, which makes sense. Because
Really?
you're crazy going in, you'll be crazy coming out.
You just made that up. You just made that up.
Is Bonnie snoring?
Bonnie fell asleep. It's good if we helped her fall asleep. That's very good. She is awfully quiet. Love you, Bonnie. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 sheep. 5. No, because globalists will always be, Echo. They'll always be globalists. This thing is so wound up.
The 15-minute cities will stop as soon as people stop participating with the bullshit.
Did we lose Bonnie? Bonnie fall asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, but Devil Dog,
we can hear her snoring.
Yeah. What scares me is people aren't even willing to stand up to the smart meters and the stuff that's, we know it's harmful. We know they're burning cities down, and we're not able to stop that. So I don't know how. You know, I'm super nervous being between Paradise and Santa Rosa, and every time PG&E works on the property, I'm just like, oh my God, what are they doing? You know, what are they doing? And then Trump come out and talk about freedom cities. Don't know what that's about.
That's where you're glad you watched Aaron Brockovich movie, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, that's all lawyers and stuff, which didn't seem to help long term because PG&E is still doing all that bullshit.
Now I have no doubt. Why change now? It's worked for the last 110 years.
Why stop? We're not being stopped.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, wrong chromium number. Let's see, what number will we put on this one? Anyway. I must say there's an awful lot being taken very seriously out there. British Columbia had to actually come up with a law, just in case they need it.
Yeah, they change the laws all the time.
No, there was a basic thing that they had to get through. I could tell you what it's for, and you won't like it.
Well, tell me.
Nobody wants to do anything. You know what I mean? The normal negotiations of trade and, the usual thing they go through.
Yeah.
But with this, they're going to forced to, and they stress that. The carbon lowering fuel additive for trucks will have to be made in British Columbia, and there'll be a road and tariff fee to go between Washington and Alaska. In other words, to go through BC. This is crazy. This does not make sense. It's ridiculous.
What do you mean a road?
Trucks, you'll have to, if you want to get something at the normal rate, you're going to have to ship it from San Francisco or fly it in to Alaska. Otherwise, you're going to pay a lot of money to go through British Columbia's highways. Mm-hmm. It's stupid and it's ridiculous. This is nonsense.
Well, there's a lot of things that have to get straightened out if anything's going to get straightened out.
Yeah, but he's going on. Why isn't a Dodge Power Wagon in Europe? Because they don't augment their petrol costs like it does in North America. They pay the going rate for their fuel. They can't afford those vehicles. You couldn't keep them on the road. Fact. We don't pay what a gallon of gas really costs. The government's picking up some of it. Over there, you pay the full rate. That's why they have such little cars and so many bicycles. A lot of taxi cabs and Vespas and bicycles and everything else. Cost of fuel. Despite the Autobahn. You know, that's just a fact. You know, and how can you have the, you know what we went through with gas guzzlers, and then they came up with what they put on the exhaust again, catalytic converters, which did nothing. Replace a catalytic converter, you're looking at $800 to $1,000, $800 to $1,000, and they don't do a damn thing.
They get stolen all the time.
Yeah, because you have to have them. Performance shop, we used to close the doors and
They
punch
do
them.
something that they changed the exhaust to be more toxic than what used to be there.
All right.
But have fun. I have to go. I
Me
have to
too.
be in Lansing by 9 to meet with some House representatives.
Awesome. Good luck. Give them
Yeah,
out.
they're trying to pass a clown show that I'm not going to have.
Oh, I'd like to hear about that later.
Yep. Okay.
Well,
Have fun,
fun.
kids.
Good night.
Yep. Happy snoring, Bonnie.
Yes. have a good day. Hope it goes well. And if you go in there, will you pick me up a house while you're there? I need one.
I'm working on that land, you know. I don't
Anyway,
believe.
have a good Friday. We actually made it through a whole night. It's sun's up.
Yeah, we did. I'm not tired at all, but Bonnie fell asleep. So
I almost went off my chair around 4 or 5.
Hey, Gigi. Hey, Gigi's in the house. You got another Canadian here. Did you hear me giving him shit about Canada all night long? No, you just got here. You know we love to pick on Canada, and he loves to pick on us. So, as you do too. Yeah, it's super windy. I don't know how will Bonnie end the stream. Well, nobody can come up here because she's asleep. So we're just gonna bow out, I guess, huh, Blackwatch? You gonna stay up here? And
I thought at one time StreamYards without input closed itself, but I'm not sure.
Oh, does it? You think so?
It did originally, but
okay,
it was still up for the one who was the other day and left. That's what I understood, a certain amount of input. But then there's a guy in Spain falls asleep and everybody leaves and it's still running on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Did she close YouTube? No.
No, we're rolling. So.
Well, I hope there's a mod in there because otherwise, what can you do?
Well, at least her camera's not on. We won't see her drooling and stuff. So.
Or any other incidentals that comes along the way.
Right. Anything else that comes up?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Anyway,
it was fun, Blackwatch. I've enjoyed your company more than I have in a long time.
Well, I re-looked at a few things myself.
We did all right.
But
yeah.
Otherwise. But anyway, have a good, guess Devil Dog's gone, so we can take care. Good night. Good night, chat.
Later, good man. See you
Bye.
on the next one.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. I love you all, and I pray that you are all experiencing peace no matter what you're going through, and know that you're loved. There she is. You're not. We're just about to get off. So
I need to close this down.
Yeah, we need to close it down. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Thank you for coming up. Good night, y'all. I need to get to sleep. Thank you for hanging out. Much love. God bless you. Good night. Or morning.